Okay, here we go. It's too hot for this live, people. Oh, you know what? I'm not sure about you guys, but I think the weather's gonna, I think, turn for the better starting tomorrow. I think it's only going to be a high 24 here instead of the 36 that it feels like right now. Patient, what's
Hope
it over
so.
there, you guys? Yeah. Uh, hope you guys are doing good. I was giving you guys.
33 here right now.
Is it
Yeah.
okay? Let's see. It's well 31, but feels like 36 or whatever. Oh, 32. It just went up a degrees. Anyways, I know it's been really hot this last few days, like unbearable to be honest with you. So my husband, we were gonna. I said, well, let's go to the ocean today, and he's like, and then go to get fish and chips at that restaurant. And he's like, how about we go to the casino and have fish and chips? And I was like, you know what? I can do with coolness inside for sure. So yeah, we ended up winning
Air
back our
conditioning.
money. It only
Oh,
cost us fish and chips. So we had a good fish and chips and 83 cents above. Well, we each had $100, right? And so 283 cents. Less
that's
than
a good day
50.
at the casino, really.
It was because when he lost, I won. And then I went to the bathroom and I said, here's my $80. And he played it. And then right when I was watching him, within a couple of minutes, he won like $154. And I was like, oh, well, there we go.
Perfect.
Then we left. Yeah, but anyways, so I was doing a little road trip on my shorts on the way there. But anyways, you guys, again, welcome to the live. If you haven't hit the like and share, obviously it's about Jack and Lily and answers. And what's really pathetic is that we're at 3 months and 10 days. Um, with all that. And I do want to say before we actually get even into this live that that little boy, Jaden Spicer, was found apparently on his Mima's grave. And I'm not really sure the circumstances there of self inflicted or what. But either way, very sad to find out that, I mean, usually after a day or two, it starts looking really bad. But um, sadly, they found him today. So I just want to say biggest prayers for that boy and his family and what they're all going through at this time. I don't
Hmm.
know the circumstances surrounding it. Um,
His
sorry,
mom confessed.
his what?
His mother confessed.
Wait, what? So she put him in the ground?
Yeah. Um,
Well,
she
oh,
buried him on, I guess his grandma passed away relatively recently, and she went and dug up her grave and put him in on top of her.
well, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah, I didn't. I know that his mom was sauce, um, but the articles I was reading wasn't really saying much. But
Yeah.
anyways, well, okay, that's very sad. Children deserve so much more. I can't say this enough, honestly. Just, well,
And I
rest in
mean,
peace.
we probably shouldn't speculate, but as details come out, I'll bet you there was some kind of history. Somebody must have suspected something. There might have been mental health issues with the mom. Um, and it wouldn't shock me if people just thought it was none of my business.
Just one sec.
Yeah, I mean, probably she probably confessed to reduce her punishment, maybe, but it's also quite possible that she did have mental health issues and understands that what she did was wrong. I like to try to see the best in people, and that is in this situation the best case scenario, that she confessed because she has remorse. But like I said, the rest of it, as we learn more, it's probably not going to be overly surprising. And there are likely people in his life that could have and should have said something or done something. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
But
Yeah,
in this
that's
case, they knew.
What?
what.
In this case, they knew. The mother only got custody back of the boy after his great grandmother passed away in May. She was the one that raised him. The mother already had a child endangerment charge against her with CPS and stuff. And the weapon, she released a letter yesterday pleading for him to be brought home or whatever, but her conscience must have got the best of her. And today she turned herself in and led the RCMP, led the police and said he's in the graveyard, and she had buried the weapon because the reports coming out of the state, the reports had her using I guess they call it a pew-pew.
Yeah, pew pew.
Yeah, and it was buried on the property in the backyard. And the aunt was the other person that was hoping to get custody of him because they didn't know if it would go back to the mother or not. The mother lived with the great-grandmother, but the great-grandmother was the one that had custody, but she passed away in May. And she was the one that raised him from young, I guess. They didn't say how old when she got custody, but
Just sad.
they put it back to custody, back to her, from what they're saying, without really having a review. And he has, as she was stating in her interview and stuff yesterday, the kid had some issues. He was on medications for like ADHD and things like that, hyperactivity, and whether it was just too much for her or what. But man, there should be like and I don't know what the word would be, but just for sake of words, like a Gracie's Law, that if you can't handle or don't want your kids, you should be able to turn them over without questions being asked or judgments being made, and let somebody who can't have children raise these children rather than doing something else to them, because it's...
Yeah. I was just thinking that in my head as you were just saying that, actually. You know?
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, so rest in peace to Jade and Spicer. I'm so sorry, little boy, son. You deserve so much better than the cards you were dealt, sadly. Okay. All right. So, I really cannot stand talking about children. It really hurts my heart. Um, Obviously, we're talking about Jack and Lily, you guys. So this is the pink blanket. They've been missing
Before
since.
we get too serious on that, can I say something?
Okay. Yeah.
I want to say a huge thank you to our sign driver today.
Oh,
She left New Glasgow at like 9:30 this morning.
Betty or something.
Yeah, and she got caught in construction traffic on the way to the city. Got caught in fire detour traffic in Hammond's Plains while trying to deliver signs. And I know she was dropping the last one off on today's delivery route in Truro about 8 o'clock tonight. So I just like to say a sincere thank you for her long day of traveling on these hot roads. I hope she has AC in her car because
Did Daniel get his sign today?
I think she got there. She went around the old way going into the city out through Muscadabbit and stuff because she went to Belinda's first on the ones
Did she
outside of
take
New
a picture
Glasgow.
like you promised?
Yes. Like I say, I think, don't quote me that she got back there, but I know she was there yesterday, or well, heading there yesterday, but she got cut off by the bridge detour. So I think she was going to go around the other day or the other way today and come in from the other direction. She didn't have a drill or anything with her either, and the ground is so hard and dry now that I know yesterday she said that she didn't get it up. I think her plans was to go back there this morning. And
With
yes,
open
she's
arms.
taking pictures of the ones that she's putting up. She's taking pictures and she'll send them all to us. That's one of the ones that went up in Westville last night that Sunny got up there now on the screen. That was one from Westville.
Yeah.
And
So-
we tried to deliver the 4x4 to Chelsea, and she didn't quite have a big enough window for it. So if anybody's looking for a single-sided 4x4 to hang off a building or anything, we still have the extra 4x4 that we have.
Good. Well,
Will she deliver to BC?
I don't think she'll go that far.
hop, skip, and a jump. Come on, Betty. Nah. Anyways, thank you for all your work you guys are doing. Especially for these signs, right? Nice, big, for people to see. I mean, especially in the Nova Scotia area. Just keep awareness for Jack and Lily on that side, and best way is through things like this that just really stand out, don't they? So I can take it, Kent. Belinda says.
Yeah, I just seen that. I'm telling her there's no frame on it and seeing if she's still interested. If it is, we can drop it off the next time going to the city.
And talk about your fur babies. Anyways, yeah. And don't forget, you guys, if you guys aren't, again, remember you guys have till the end of August to submit any rocks that you guys make and leave. Don't forget, remember, it's about putting rocks around as well. Maybe keep a set for yourself, but, just, again, for other people to pick up, because this has truly impacted the community of Nova Scotia and, the area that Jack and Lily and the surrounding areas from it. And again, I can't say this enough. I'm truly sorry for the bullshit that you guys have to keep watching unfold in regards to the Jack and Lily case. I'm so sorry that people want to insist on not telling the truth or big inconsistencies, and the truth just can't seem to be told to what happened to Jack and Lily. So we will remain their voices for Jack and Lily. And again, and hopefully the fight with Belinda and, answers from the CSP about what did they do, what exactly did happen, were they failed yet again? Wouldn't be a big shocker if that's the case, to be honest with you. Um, it's always too little too late. I'm so sick of those cases myself. We see so many of them, especially in the United States as well. Could have, would have, should have, didn't. And then they start making law changes after, something really significant happens. And you're just like, great. It's always after something happens. But I'm so sick of
Sometimes they
hearing.
make laws, and it doesn't seem like how many of these cases have there been, and there have been laws that have been made, but it's still happening. So the laws aren't enough. And I
I
don't know
know.
what the answer is, but I think it's got a lot to do with reporting neglect, reporting child abuse. But then, I mean, once it's in the hands of the government, like, did everybody see the Gabriel Fernandez documentary on Netflix? That one was absolutely heartbreaking and horrific. And like, the social workers were even brought up on charges, and they went to trial, and nothing happened. And then another kid passed away under the same social worker's watch, and still no significant changes have been made. So we need to speak up. We need to keep reporting, but we also need to hold the government agencies accountable when things like that happen. Like I said, we can't really talk too much about Jaden right now because we don't know the history. We know a little bit, right? But what about even Harmony Montgomery, right? Adam never should have got custody of her. Never in a million years should have got custody of her. I mean, there's just failures in both countries, and we can create all the laws that we want, but until we find a way to hold them accountable and make as much noise as possible, and kids are not going to be safe in these situations. And you feel like your hands are tied. Like, what can we do? But we can't keep with that attitude, right? That's along the same lines as it's none of my business. So I have to believe that there's always something we can do. And if it's just putting pressure, making noise, not giving up, then that's how I will spend my free time.
Okay, if I scream like a baby, it's because there's a bee right around me. Just saying.
Get one of them electric zappers, the battery operated, and you don't have to hit it. You just have to like touch it.
Yeah, maybe I'll invest in one of those suckers. Well,
They're like $7.99. You should.
I just don't. I know. I don't like killing things unless mosquitoes. I don't have a problem killing those. Sometimes a spider makes its way in a toilet. Sometimes I just assume it's gonna wash somewhere out and still live. But anyways, yeah. But anyways, you guys. So, as for Jack and Lily, again, to me it feels like, in my opinion, that the parents are failing Jack and Lily, because there's no consistency in what their let's just get real. Their storyline is exactly that to me. It's just a bunch
It's
of
just
fabricated.
On the surface, the parents are failing Jack and Lily, but we know there could have been bigger failures,
Absolutely.
ongoing failures that we're probably not going to hear about. But it's all becoming all too clear and all too familiar, and I'm tired of it.
Oh, Ken's trying to raise his hand. Was he muted?
Yes,
Hi,
I
Ken.
muted him. He was squeaking.
Hi. Squeak, squeak. What's up?
Did you clip the first 5? I know the rest of the video wasn't that great, but did you clip the first 5 minutes of that video that we were talking about yesterday?
The law enforcement one.
The law
No,
enforcement guy.
Yeah, I have it, but we're gonna play some of it anyway because there's
Yeah,
a
like
few. Well,
after he stopped talking about the process, then like
no,
getting the names and stuff all mixed up.
I listened to it all. And honestly, besides Belinda somehow was married to Earl Martell, he only made it. He only made a couple flubs on that. So, Belinda, is
Yeah,
there
it was just a
something?
couple names that was
It
mixed
was,
up, misplaced. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Other than that, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. But Belinda, I don't think that you care if you were married to Earl at some point, right? What's
I
more
would.
drama to the story? To be honest, you know, I think she's okay with it. Yeah.
It depends if it's a bee. Is it a bee or a wasp? Because fuck wasps, honestly.
Charmaine's on something a whole different topic now, isn't she? She went back to the bee conversation. We're sitting
Yeah, no,
here.
I'm reading chat. Sorry.
Oh, all of a sudden, Charmaine just randomly said that during when we were talking about the 411 video. I'm just waiting
No,
for.
I answered that already. I would care if somebody said I was married to Earl Mart. No shade, Earl, but I'm sure. I mean, it's up to Belinda. But
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, but I mean, come on now. I don't think
see,
we've made that big a mistake. So,
see, she said, "Sorry, Sonny, that's a big boo boo."
well, it was a
I'm with
big
you,
boo-boo.
Belinda.
I am too. That's why I didn't even want to go into past that part of the video. But I thought the first part was
Yeah. All right.
Rob. There's a GoFundMe on the page out of Christine Ingrig. I think you say her last name is. It has a $500 goal for signs, or you can email me myself
Yeah.
if you're willing to donate to help buy signs.
Okay. Um. Okay, I'm gonna move on now because I really don't want to sit here sweltering in this heat all day. To be honest with you.
It's dark here now. It's starting to cool off.
Yeah, it's because it's 10 o'clock over there. Yeah. Okay.
But you
All right.
know, get this. Today, this afternoon, like I say, we had a big fire start in Halifax,
Saw
and
that.
water bombers and everything. And there's some stupid idiot out there with a friggin' drone trying to get footage of the fire, and they were threatening whether or not they were going to have to ground the planes because there was drones causing interference.
Is that you, Tint? Tint.
I hope not.
Rob says, sure, I'll email you Kent e-transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my email is kentcorbett81@gmail.com.
Well, let's type it in there. Hold on. Kent.
Corbett.
Corbett, right?
Yeah. 81 the number.
81@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's with
There
the
you go.
81? Because you weren't born in no 81. You were born in what, like
No, Kent
76?
Corbett alone was used, so
Yeah.
I just put a number on it.
Okay. Okay. So again, the picture in front of you is actually the pink blanket. So, you know, that other one, the other one was actually ribbons apparently. But you know what kind of pisses me off about this is that Daniel, I literally showed you the picture of the other pink blanket, and at no point did you say, yes, honey, that's not the right blanket. That's not the blanket. You know, you could have literally said, you know, like instead of acting like there's these two blankets, right? Because there was a pink one in the window on there, but I should know better with you, to be honest with you, you know, because this is the pink blanket that was found the first day of the search. You know, the one that mysteriously grew wings and flew into the tree about a mile or so down the road. This is the blanket right here. And I want to know how anyone can sit there and lie, because this blanket is specific. I mean, honestly, there's freaking purple things on it with a pink trim, and somehow, Daniel Martell, you literally couldn't remember that this was the blanket that your mom helped you with. The blanket that you couldn't remember and lied about and said that it wasn't Lily's. This blanket, the one when I showed you a different blanket, you didn't, of course, because I know what his answer is going to be. I'm sorry. I already know what his answer is going to be. Well,
The one that the media was showing everybody
yeah.
being the wrong blanket.
Which wasn't even a blanket. It was those pink ribbons.
Ribbons. And what did I say, Sonny? What did I say?
Yeah. You said that they were ribbons. And I said, Charmaine, you're wrong.
You're crazy. You're blind.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So you're going to tell me, right? Daniel Martell, that you couldn't tell if this was Lily's blanket because I think actually the first thing I remember being said was it was to protect Malehya. That's why he lied. Then it became that it was, nope, not hers. Now, I think that was Darren spieling that stuff, if I'm not mistaken, about protecting Malehya. Let's just go with Daniel, though. You're right, Daniel.
Renee.
There's no possible way that could have been Lily's, right? I mean, there's no markings on it whatsoever. Just another one of your massive BS things. And you know what? Honestly, like I said, it's almost embarrassing with this dude. Seriously. He's
Sonny.
like, yeah.
Renee is saying he was told not to talk about it, and I'm not sure if she's being facetious or
Right.
not, but
That's what I was gonna say.
he still could have said that's not the right blanket.
Part of the investigation, right? We all know by now what BS is gonna come out of his mouth. I mean, dude, seriously, how ridiculous you keep looking every time. You know what? I know that you're off. So hold on. You claim that you're off social media. You're not off it at all. You're lurking, you're watching because you can't help yourself. Don't worry, we'll come back to the whole was Danielle cheating on Malehya stuff soon enough for you, dude. All right. But anyways.
Yeah, Renee was being facetious by her next comment.
Yeah, I know. Because he always says the same thing. Remember, you guys, Jack&Lilly's clothes, I can't, what you think they wore, they didn't wear, but it's part of the investigation. No, it's just more of your bullshit is exactly what it is. Calling a spade.
Who says that? And who falls for that? Like, you've got two missing kids, but what they were last seen wearing is part of the investigation that we can't know about, but they're missing kids. Keep your eye out for missing kids. I can't tell you what they were wearing. Like, it doesn't even... He's past the point of making any kind of logical sense. So the people that are on the Daniel train believing his stuff...
Yeah. Hop off.
Seek help.
Hop off. Like, seriously. Just get off that train. It's a train going to nowhere fast. Well, I mean, in my opinion, at one point, that little train's going to like choo-choo right to the jail station. There you go. But let's see. Daniel made his Facebook account private. Yeah, I seen he took down his friends and stuff like that. I mean, where was those brains about freaking 3 months ago? But whatever. Anyways, that's
if he hadn't said nothing, we'd have nothing to talk about. So don't call him brain dead for talking.
But the thing is, if we were to really look at it, though, this case should have been solved probably within a few days. If it was being truthful. But no. Instead, it's like 3 months and 10 days later. So,
but they both say that they're being truthful to the RCMP.
Of course they are. Of course course they are, because they don't want to. They're just covering their own asses, in my opinion. And now it's just to the point of it's been to the point of ridiculous for a long time. But that's just it, right? These children were poof there one day, poof gone the next, and they couldn't tell the freaking truth if their life depended on it, in my opinion. Alrighty, $28,000 fine. Yep. Saw that one guy get the ticket purposely. But anyways, so let's go to that. Because there's a couple spots that I like in that.
Did anybody have anything to say today about the car?
No,
What car?
No.
haven't seen anything mentioned on it at all. But I will tell you that there's, hopefully, there will be a community reaction post, or not post, but story coming out on Global News Thursday or Friday, they're hoping.
About what?
About community reaction and feelings. Because they're going to interview us about the signs at the same time.
Oh. Okay. Happy hippie. I don't know that, I know it seems like it, but truly I think that Kent isn't on a side. He is literally here to irritate every single thing that I say. I think that that's his main purpose in life, and I really don't think that he, I think he's just here to throw stuff at me. Every time I figure out what happened, he'll throw stuff at me to kind of keep me on my toes. I don't think he's picked a side other than Jack and Lily. So
yes.
Belinda wants to know what car was Darren driving before it blew up.
A Jimmy SUV, GMC Jimmy.
So a newer model.
No, I'd say probably 95, 96. Automatic though.
All right.
And he drives a Ford half-ton right now.
And I feel like, so I've heard a lot over the past couple of days, people speculating that maybe it was the ATV that, you know, because the ATV can be a 5-speed or 6-speed and very loud. But even people who aren't out between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. working on vehicles can tell the difference between an ATV and a car. I can tell the difference between an ATV and a dirt bike. And then throw a car in there or a truck. There's no comparison, guys. It was, if the tip is for real, like if he actually heard a 5-speed car, rest assured it was not the ATV. That's just, it's silly to think that somebody, well, because I am not a mechanic, I am not overly familiar with cars, and I can tell the difference. So if I can, I'm sure somebody that's familiar with cars and trucks enough to be working on them would be able to tell the difference.
I think it's illogical to think that somebody could confuse them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Sorry. I agree. I concur on there. It's talking about the vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
I couldn't. It's just too darn hot, people. Okay. Oh, yeah. You know, so I'm looking kind of at the car thing. I'm thinking that is possibly, you know, to do with, in my opinion, body disposal, cleanup, all that stuff. That's what I'm seeing at the moment myself. Again, I'm just going based on what I think about this case. Doesn't mean that you have to, of course, in that, but I know that their timeline is a bust. But anyways, let's watch a few like the first 5 minutes. We're going to watch a little bit more than just the first 5 minutes. But we'll watch this guy, what's his name? Paul Polides. David, sorry. Missing 411. I think it was a really good, less the fact that, of course, he screwed up with Linda and Earl on a couple parts there. Had that totally wrong. But anyways, let me just go to that. Come on, I pulled you up. Where are you? Oh, Lordy. Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, gonna have to mute you, squeaker. A little squeak. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Probably put that on. Playback speed 1.25.
Of Huck TV. So, we got a lengthy one for you today.
Oh, yeah, let's skip a little bit by this.
Welfare check on the kids. Welfare check on the kids.
That's good.
You really don't give a rat's butt about what the parents think. You are the sole and only advocate for those kids that are in that home. And you have to be worried about one thing: their ability to thrive in that home. And if they can't, they come out. As an example, if there's no food in the home, no question, they're out. No, sorry. No food, no kids. Now, your idea of cleanliness and my idea of cleanliness may be two different things. In general, if the common person went in the home and thought it was too filthy for the kids to be around, they come out. And as an example, I've been in a home before where there was dog excrement and cat excrement everywhere. People had stepped in it. It was all over the floor, all over the house. Kids out. There's no way I'm leaving them there. No, sorry. No, they're coming out. If there's dirty plates, dirty dishes, bugs crawling all over the counter, out. And I never had a guilty conscience about doing those things. Why? Because I was always afraid that if I erred on the side of the parents, that something would happen to those kids. And I'd come back a couple days later and I'd find a body there, and I couldn't live with that. So if I wanted to get yelled at by social services about why I took those kids out, let it be. I got big shoulders. I can take care of it. But you know what? In a 20-year career, I never got yelled at. I never got counseled. I got thanked a lot. There were times, and I can think of two, where I went into a home the day after social services were there, and I took the kids out and social services did squat. I actually called a supervisor in, my supervisor, because I wanted him to be a witness that social services hadn't done a damn thing. And together, he and I made a big stink about this to the county, saying that they weren't doing their job and that social services worker should be fired. I never know if they were fired or not, but they weren't doing their job. Now, sometimes when you're getting these predicaments where you get called to a home, trust me, this is all coming back to what we're talking about tonight. I'm just prepping you with the mindset you're supposed to be having as a police officer. Sometimes when I went into these homes, you would call for social services, their on-call rep, to get to the house. I always work nights, either 3 at night, 3 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning, or 5 at night till 3 in the morning. Social services, their main office was always closed, so you had to wait for a standby person to get there. Never had a problem with that. Because when I ordered the kids out, they had to take the kids. It wasn't, we don't want to. No, you're going to. That's it. Now, they could take those kids and put them in a foster home for one night and put them back the next day, but I never heard that happen. So as the first line of defense for kids, police officers have to be thinking about them, number one. So now that you got that, let's get into the story. This is a major update on Lily and Jack. I did a lengthy story about them after they disappeared. Here's the update. I read probably 25 different articles to get to what I'm going to give you today. They went missing May 2nd, 2025. They lived in a small area called Lansdowne, Nova Scotia. They lived about 150 kilometers from Halifax. and they lived with their stepfather, Daniel Martell, and their mother, Malehya Murray. Martell was 34, Malehya was 27. And also on the property was the step-grandmother, which would be Daniel's mother, lived on the property there. They lived in a house trailer. She lived in a kind of house trailer kind of thing in another part of the property. Now, Malehya was a First Nations member and had a small baby named Meadow.
So we're at the 6:56 mark on there. Kent or Charmaine, did you guys want to say anything in regards? I mean, I like what he kind of said there, right? You know, if there's bugs in dishes and whatever, out. Protect the children at all costs. Absolutely.
So for the people that are asking or saying, like, we need more of this guy, this is he's a former law enforcement, and what he's doing is he's going through what law enforcement is trained to do when they respond to a welfare check for a child. And when CPS is called in, he's basically saying that if the police tell CPS remove the kids, and this is the criteria for a law enforcement officer to say remove the kids, then CPS removes the kids. What happens after that obviously is not up to the police, but you know, he seems legit, and he said, and you guys know from watching Drunk Turkey Daniel and other people that haven't been following this case, it's so easy to get certain details confused or some things to be misrepresented. So I give him some grace because he had just kind of cram studied. But I think what he has to say is very informative. That's what I have to say about it.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Kent.
This shows you the process of how it should be, not necessarily how it is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I felt like he was very on point. Like, you know, besides, like I said, having a few things mixed up there. Like, honestly, the only thing I can remember is that twice he said that Belinda was married to Earl, but that's not true. So anyone that, you know, so it's stuff like that that people are, anyone that's following the case knows that that's not true. But sometimes
maybe it is. Maybe Belinda's hiding something from us.
Don't even start.
Yeah.
Who unmuted you?
Sonny.
Let me fix that.
See, Charles is laughing. Even if her mama ain't. You know, at the end of the day, too, is that, again, we do things wrong, but that one is a huge blurper on that one. I was warned ahead of time by Kent that it was coming. But yeah, he's legit. Yeah, absolutely. Is legit. He has made about 3 documentaries. Yeah, like he had says in his Missing 411 series, and they are quite haunting. I like listening myself to, you know, someone that has a head on his shoulders and, you know, has a background to back up what he's talking about for sure. A nurse of 32 years, the number of cases I've seen are insane. Hi, Renee, a 14-day-old. She was going back to the parents after the hospital stay. Yeah, didn't kind of want to read the rest of that, to be honest, but that is just horrific. Talking about a fail right there. Hi, Sarah, sorry. Sierra, maybe it's that way. Kent Mods Chat, I realize this is taking a huge toll on you. You're incredibly strong and resilient, and we all need, sometimes, I don't know about you, but sometimes, like, for people that are just coming into this, and this is kind of like your first time even following a case because of this case, it does take a toll on people. And what happens is, and this happened to me in the Suzanne Morphew case, I lived, ate, and breathed that case, right? Because once you start following it, kind of like the O.J. Simpson case, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop not watching it. And but anyways, so Kent, because you're a newbie to the whole true crime world, um, ha- tell everyone by your own thoughts, because you've taken on a lot of stuff from when you were just in chat, and then you came up on the live, and now look at you. So every now and again, have you felt like you had to take a breather?
Well, yes, there like when I started watching the YouTube channels, I was watching everybody. Sonny, Justin, Dolly, Mike, whoever, Michelle, whoever there was having something on it. I was watching them to see if they had something different, and their different opinions.
Yeah.
And now, other than Michelle, I only watch the other ones if I want to see if they get clickbait or the actual info that they use in their thumbnail. And then I watch other channels like Dago talking about Koberger and a couple other ones just to give my mind a break from the
Yeah.
Jack and Lily.
Why is Happy saying Kent's rude? Go ahead. Sorry. Kent's not rude. Kent, you're rude. Stop it.
Yeah, I've been called worse than that.
Yeah, come on now. Go ahead, Kent.
So yeah, like it definitely, and like I say, Sonny can attest when we first made contact in Messenger, she said, "Do you want to come up on a live?" I said, "No, I don't." I said, "Let's wait and see what happens."
Mm-hmm.
And we waited a few more days and had a few more discussions, and then she said, "Well, I really want to talk about the lay of the surroundings and stuff." And I said, "Okay." And here I am now.
Absolutely. And honestly, but I do want to recommend this to everyone. Okay. I might not be showing a lot of balance myself right now. I will agree with that. But I still know when I need to take a break or a day off. Now, I'm just gonna say this. Come next week, I'm on night shifts for 2 weeks. So I won't be able to do a live Monday, like next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, because I'm my 12 to 8 shift. And then before I was going on my holidays, she asked me if I could do the mid shift, which is the 12 to 8. And I said yes. I didn't want to, but obviously I'm kind of one of those people that have a hard time saying no, but I will sometimes when people try to take my 6 to 2 shifts. I'm just like, nope, Halifax is 4 hours different. It's my only shift that I can do that. But anyways, so just know that once I go back to work next week, both weeks, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of each week, I won't be doing a live, just so you know.
I thought we had them set up that we're going to go live at 4 a.m. every day.
Nah, yeah. Now I value my sleep too much on that stuff. But just in all fairness to everyone, if this is your first time, please. Some people like live and eat and breathe it, and then they get burnout really fast, and then they find that a case takes its toll on your own mental health and stuff like that. Okay, just please know your balance. That you know what I mean. This case. At the moment, it's not going anywhere, right? We're 3 months and 10 days into this. And if there's a huge update, don't worry. The news is going to let you know that there's a huge update to it. But just please know your own balance for yourself, because I see it happen all the time. People invest so much into a case, and then they just have they start having their own mental health issues because they take on the cases way too seriously, in a sense. Not that the cases don't matter, but it's just important to have the balance for sure on there. So, yeah. Uh, and yeah, I work full time and stuff like that, but I do know my balance. I do. I know when I'm pushing my limits, and that's fine. But I'm very much aware of that. But I'm just, for the people that aren't used to it and stuff like that, just again, right? Sometimes when I see Belinda, and even Chelsea, like watching the lives to the bitter end, I'm like, most of the times, half the time, it's just stuff that we're repeating. There's a lot of new stuff that comes out, but I mean, the replay crew is there for a reason as well. And Belinda has the most fricked up hours that woman sleeps. It's crazy, you know. But anyways, so it's even so I'm saying that to Belinda and Chelsea too. If I do a live, you guys don't have to be here. Just saying, take your rest. You guys need it. I know how much this case means to you, but again, you start getting like mental burnout and stuff like that. So, anyways, biggest hugs to you all. I'm just putting that out there because I know from 5 years of doing this, from the first case, that I way overdid it. This case, I'm overdoing it, but I know that. But I'm very much aware of my burnout, and if so, like I said, I'll take a day off. Okay, so I'm going to hit play again, Charmaine, unless you had something else to say.
No, the burnout is real, especially like in Delphi. I called it Delphi fatigue, and it was real. And even this one too, like when we start getting really short fuses, and it's time to step back, and it's not like I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about all of the information that I know, and like we really do eat, sleep, and drink this case. But this is something that we choose to do. And
Oh, last night, a pure example. Every time I fell asleep, I woke up, I knew I was dreaming about Jack and Lily's case. And but yet I couldn't remember anything that I dreamed about. Normally, depends. If I'm too exhausted, I won't. But every time I close my eyes, almost every night I go to sleep, I fall asleep thinking about Jack and Lily. Thinking, you quacking down there? Sometimes it's funny when things come through Kent's mic. But anyways, so yeah. Right. For a second, I gotta mute you. Sounds like a little frog coming through his mic. But yeah, so it's again. I used to do it with Delphi as well, even Suzanne Morphew. I basically am listening to something, and I just fall asleep thinking about Lily and Jack and the answers. I'm trying to understand. Well, no, I don't. I know that there's lying going on here. Okay, I know that there's deception going on, and I'm just trying to put the pieces together myself, like everyone else. That you're just trying to understand what it is, what truth are they hiding from us that has happened to Jack and Lily. There is such a small percentage for me that believes that these two children are alive still. It goes against the grain of everything. Would I like it to be true? Shelley O'Brien, you did not get blocked. Do you want to be blocked? No, just kidding. Right. But it goes against the grain. I mean, I would love to know that these two parents sold off Jack and Lily and that they're still alive out there. Okay. Someone having debt problems, maybe a burden on them and stuff like that. Maybe there's more people that know this. Again, we'll get back to it in a little bit here. Maybe Daniel was cheating on Malehya, right? And Malehya was going to leave him. And, basically, next thing you know, perhaps did something to the children, maybe his twisted way. And this is just speculation, okay? Maybe it's something to do with that, right? Because there definitely is information for sure. We're not going to show you the actual receipts of that, just because there's certain people that give information that they just want to do it. They'll put their name underneath an anonymous name, or like they'll make up a name, and then they'll talk to the channel underneath these fictitious names. And you have to still always try to keep your word to what you've said and stuff like that. But we're going to talk about that. And Daniel, I mean, again, to me, he's a big full-blown narcissistic person that I think he feels like that he's sitting next to God pretty much at this point is what it feels like. And then there's the drug avenue as well, about all this information about Daniel, doing math and stuff like that. And again, there was no debt problem. You're right, Root. Daniel was going to start investing. Pretty sure he was in the Fortune 500 there, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I want to say something too about that article.
Yeah.
Really quickly before you hit play on this again. So
sure.
In the article, they said that like Malehya's, like their funds were kind of cut off because Daniel hadn't filed his income tax. Okay. Income tax is due on April 30th. So May 2nd is literally 2 days from that. So that, unless they're talking about a full year behind, he didn't file his 2023 taxes. That's not accurate. So it's something else.
Yeah.
The reason why their funds had been cut off. That's not why. And that could very well be why Daniel said that their funds were cut off, but it doesn't make sense. Kent has his hands up.
Yeah. And I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense either. Go ahead, Kent.
Does make sense. It's not the 2024 taxes. It is the last year taxes. But the thing that is on that doesn't make sense to me is Malehya is the one that would have to file taxes unless they were claiming, which I know they were common law, but unless they were claiming together,
right,
which wouldn't benefit them,
right,
because by adding in Daniel's income to her income, like the income level has effect on the baby bonus check.
Yep.
Once you get to a certain, yes, I know it's got to be high. I don't know where it first dropped. I think it's in the 50s. And then again, if you make above, I think it's above 75 or 80, then you don't get it at all. But I believe,
and usually, even if you have a debt with the government, like because I was a single mom, if you have a debt with the government, one thing that they don't touch is your child tax credit. They don't do that. So it's something else. No matter what speculation we have, the reality.
But if you don't file your income tax, you won't get.
Right, Kent, but it doesn't kick in until July. It doesn't.
I was going to say
that changeover doesn't happen until July.
But what I'm saying, it would be last year's taxes that they would have had not to have filed to be in the situation where they were. Correct. That they weren't getting the child tax credit at the current time. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, and that would have been going on since.
They'll usually give you about 3 months grace. So you got to have your taxes filed by the end of April, and they'll usually give you May, June, and July because the first payments of the quarterly checks of your like we get a GST check here in the Maritimes. At the GST rebate, we get anywhere from $85 to $174 every 3 months.
Across Canada.
Yeah, but it's again, it's only if you're make less,
Correct.
Lower income.
Yeah.
So July is the first payment for that.
Yeah.
So they usually give you those 3 months grace to get your income tax filed. And when you're e-filing stuff, as most people do now, it only takes a couple weeks to turn around. So you know that it hasn't been filed for the year prior. if they weren't getting those checks.
Yeah. In my opinion,
Right,
though,
but yeah.
those two were not claiming common law. Yeah, you're supposed to legally do it, Chelsea. Yeah, but most people don't. I honestly can't see them filing their taxes together, and I don't see it. To be honest, that's my opinion, but I just don't see it. Most people that can scam the government will do, especially if they're not legally married. I don't see them claiming together. They might have, but most people don't. A lot of people don't.
Right, and I mean, even if she was, and that's the reason that their finances, that's a whole lot of time to fix that problem. So I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It's something else.
Well,
And what do you mean, what's on my ceiling?
right,
What's on my ceiling? Like literally nothing. A
fan.
You throwing your bras around again?
Right.
No,
Or Ian?
that's on the door.
Yeah.
Ian's in camera.
If these people are, to me, gonna lie about their freaking children missing, I don't really see them claiming taxes. So yeah, they probably have different addresses. The government's gotten smarter over the years, but they're still behind, really, in a lot of ways. But anyways, at the end of the day, obviously they were going through financial difficulties. Darren had made mention about the fact that Malehya's thing had gotten cut off and stuff like that. Who knows what shade's going on there, or if it's been resolved, or who knows, and stuff like that. But yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's the least of the worries. They can worry about that shit, right? It would be nice so if they would put some effort into Jack and Lily. That would be wonderful if they actually cared about that. But who knows? Like I said, if someone gets caught though fucking over the government, then that's a you problem on that stuff. But anyways, I'm gonna play a little bit more, you guys, of this, okay? Oh my goodness. Let's see here, and this again is David from 411, and I think he's done really well. Kent, I'm gonna mute you. Done really well on this particular video.
So inside their living arrangement, there was a large wooden stove, kids' artwork around the kitchen, a sliding door to the side yard, where the kids played next to a chicken coop. Now, the kids regularly played right on the perimeter of the woods around their home every day, with clockwork every day. Now, there was a 2-lane road in front of their home that was paved. This is a pretty remote location. They had neighbors, but not many. The kids attended a school called Salt Springs Elementary. And every day they'd get their backpacks on and they'd walk out to the roadway and they'd wait for the school bus to drive up, pick them up, and take them on a 20-minute ride to school. And it was stated that they went most days. Now, the day of the disappearance, at 6:15 in the morning, Malehya, the mom, marked her kids as absent from school, and she stated because Lily had a cough. Remember, there's a reason. Lily had a cough. Now, when they said they marked him absent, I'm going to guess that she logged into a computer and did it that way. Now, the morning of the disappearance, the parents said that they heard Lily and Jack playing in the next room over from where they were laying in a room with their infant child, and that they dozed off accidentally and went back to sleep. At about 9:45 in the morning, they said that they woke up and they couldn't hear the kids anymore. They both got up, searched their trailer, searched the grounds, couldn't find the kids. Now, Cody Sullivan has been separated from Lily and Jack and Malehya for 3 years. And Belinda Gray is Cody's mom. Now, after this disappearance happened, she did respond and search for the kids. Now, Daniel, at the time of the disappearance, was employed at a local hardwood mill. But after the disappearance, he went on stress disability. Now, he had had his hours shortened at the mill because of there wasn't as much logging going on in the area for a variety of reasons. Now, Daniel went out and started to search around for the kids the morning they disappeared. Lily's pink rubber boots and a white backpack were gone, never found. He drives around, searches the dirt roads, things, nothing. At 10 a.m., Malehya, the mom, calls 911. Daniel gets back into her car and starts searching the dirt roads and the culverts. Not long after that, the RCMP arrive. And not long after that, they called for search and rescue, and they started arriving. They didn't wait long, which was smart. With kids, you got to get right on it right away. Let's stop here for a second. Having done a variety of trips into areas where people have gone missing, having done 3 movies regarding missing 411 where kids disappear, and interviewed the sheriffs of these different jurisdictions, there's quite a variety of theories about when kids go missing and how you handle it. I interviewed a sheriff that covered a Crater Lake disappearance in one of my movies. And he said, Dave, right from the beginning with kids, you throw every resource you've got at it. First, the dogs go in, try to pick up a scent, and then right on the heels of those dogs is everyone you can imagine. If you got 500 people, you throw them in there. And he was a little pissed at the Park Service because they weren't throwing a lot of resources at it. And he said, it's their jurisdiction. I can only make recommendations. But he was mad. So different theories by different jurisdictions. But the sheriff said that when you have young kids, they don't have the ability to rebound from cold temps, bad weather, like adults do. That's why you got to get on it quickly. Well, search and rescue people started arriving soon after. And that very first day, they put up drones, helicopters, ground pounders, canines. Everyone you can imagine is looking for these kids. The first day. Now, Daniel's mom, Jeannie, lives in a camper on the property that was searched. And they searched her camper. And they searched the family's trailer. Inch by inch, multiple times. 11:30 that morning, Malehya texts her paternal grandmother stating, quote, I never thought they'd run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. 11:30 in the morning. RCMP have only been there an hour and a half. I never thought they'd run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. About 3 p.m., middle of the afternoon, she texts again, quote, many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody because there's no trace of them and Lily's backpack is gone. Daniel was continuing to search the creek's force in the back. And he was racing around like a madman. I mean, searching hard, like a dad should. A short distance from the house, searchers were brought to a location where there's a blanket, pink blanket, tied around a branch of a tree. And Malehya said it belonged to Lily. It was torn and wound around this branch. It was about 1 kilometer from the home on a dirt road going into the woods. Strange location, too far from the home for it to be there normally. A police officer that day asked Daniel about the blanket, and he said it wasn't Lily's. Keep that in mind. Officers continued to spread the search out, going to local homes. And one of those homes belonged to Daniel's father, a man named Earl Martell. He was a retired plant worker, lived atop a hill in a home he built 40 years ago. Earl graciously allowed people to come in to search garages, trailers, old cars. Daniel's old car was a junker there. Everything. And searchers kept going night and day. Stop here for a second. Already, by the time I was doing this secondary research, I was stunned. So Daniel's mom lived on the property where he and Malehya lived. And then a short distance away, his dad also lived nearby. I didn't know any of this. It was never stated before. Just saying. Now, Belinda was Earl's ex-wife, current wife. It's a little vague there. So she stated that after she heard the kids were missing, she responded down there to help the search. She also said that she'd never been invited into Daniel and Malehya's house. But after the search started and she went down, she finally did get invited in. And she said it was a cluttered kitchen, junk-strewn yard, and it was just the opposite of neat and tidy of the woman she knew when Daniel first dated her. I'm not sure what that tells you, but that was just from one of the moms. Now, it rained several days right at the beginning of this search. Kind of hits me as a 411, right?
Voices.
Woods in the backyard, no scent trail, dogs aren't picking up anything, rains right away. Now, both Daniel and Malehya pleaded with the police station an Amber Alert early on because they believed that the kids were abducted. Not sure why. Police said that there was no evidence of abduction. Malehya said that the kids were very friendly to strangers. And the Nova Scotia police explained to the media and to the parents that they needed specific criteria to issue Amber Alert, and they didn't have it. I understand that, and I get that. And if everything they're saying is true, they didn't have enough to issue an Amber Alert. Now, Daniel said something that I'd never heard before either. He said that both kids are undiagnosed autistic. Wow, that's pretty huge. He said, as long as you offer them food and water, or you say, I'm taking you to your mom and dad, they'll go with you. One of the primary duties of being a parent is teaching your kids right and wrong and how to protect themselves. Remember the old one, you don't talk to strangers? Apparently his kids do. What about the old saying, you don't take anything from a stranger? Apparently they didn't learn that lesson. Now I'm amazed that the police never said that they were undiagnosed autistics. I think that would be important. Just saying. So early in the search one afternoon, this is important, this is a big one. Early in the search, there was a discussion about meth use in Malehya and Daniel's home. This was done right at the doorway to their home. One of Malehya's relatives made an accusation saying that Daniel must have something to do with the kid's disappearance. Daniel's mother, Janie, remember, lived on the property, owns the property, ordered Malehya's family off the property. I could see how this could be some trouble. And meth use, that's the first time I'm hearing this. So just down the road was a search and rescue headquarters, and Daniel and Malehya were there. The way the story evolved is that searchers were pointing to the maps where they had been searching in front of Daniel and Malehya. About that time, Malehya says she's not feeling well and walked out with her baby Meadow on her hip, and she was sobbing. And her mom, Cindy, was next to her. Think about this really rationally. You're giving the parents a briefing about what you're doing. You're saying, this is the area we searched. We're not finding anything. We still have all this area to search, and we're going to do it. We're going to keep going. About this time, Malehya breaks down and walks outside with her mom on her heels. So Daniel walks outside, and it's Malehya, her mom Cindy, and Daniel. And Daniel says, hey, can I talk to Malehya alone? Cindy steps in front of Daniel and blocked him from contacting her. Daniel yells, Cindy, get the F out of here. So you have two things going on. You have the thing at the residence where they're talking about meth use and accusations. You have something over here going on at the search and rescue, and it's kind of going on at the same time, best I could tell. Malehya picked up her stuff with her mom, left, and never came back to that residence. Belinda stated, listen carefully. Belinda, Earl Martell's wife, Daniel's mom, if she could, quoting, if she could leave, then it meant she knew her kids weren't coming back. Wow.
Okay, we'll stop that there for a second. And hi, voices, welcome to the chat here. Sorry, I haven't been really in anybody's lives at all besides my own on there. Nice to see you in here. Okay, Charmaine, start with you first. Up until this point, anything that sticks out that you want to talk about? Especially this part?
Not really. He's just kind of, I think he's doing a good job other than the obvious mistakes that we know, which, I mean, the positive side is it gave Belinda a little chuckle. So that's good. I think he's doing a pretty good roundup job. That's all I really have to say about it. I had to step away to grab my pickles. So I'm just watching.
Belinda, like you have pull. Go on, let's go to Kent. Kent.
Well,
Kent. Wait,
yes,
hold on.
I'm here.
I mean, if you could just lower your tone and stop being so rude, Kent.
I'm not rude.
Well, Happy thinks you are, but actually, Happy, I think that's honestly a your impression problem and not an everyone problem, because Kent's not rude. Sometimes he gets vocal like I do, or he comes through his speaker a little bit loud, but Kent's a good man and he's not rude.
Yeah, like I think the
Make sure
way that he's spelling through the information is pretty bang on. I was just in the chat trying to correct the obvious mistakes, because there may be some first-time watchers, and we don't have to try to create any more misinformation because there's enough of it here already. So, Joe, I wasn't trying to correct everything that he was getting wrong to say that he was wrong. I'm trying to spell it out for people who don't normally watch or maybe here for the first time and got on block, like yourself, because Sunny on blocked 1,000 people last week, she said. So to let them know, because this would be getting pretty crazy if Belinda was with Earl, but also Daniel's mother, and also Cody's mom, which has the 2 kids by Malehya, but now the other brother, Daniel, has 2 kids by Malehya, or 1 kid by Malehya. Like, that would be a pretty drastic love triangle, if that's the way you'd want to refer to it.
One second. Voices, where's that coming from? Who's going to block you if you have an issue? I don't think anything was said about you whatsoever on this. So I don't want you to feel like I said anything, because I certainly did not. They don't, then you don't see me in chat. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you, on this one. Sorry, Kent. But voices, I don't know what you're referring to be honest with you. Nothing that, B alert. Go ahead. Frick B.
I think so. Earlier said F off, so that's probably something going on between those two.
Between who?
Lissy or Lise, Lise, just said F off. I didn't see what happened before that, but I assume that's what's going on. Block each other.
Well, they can block each other's comments. They don't have to read everybody's if they don't want to. So.
Yeah.
But when he was going through that spell about the relationships, it put me in mind of thinking of the other case that I heard today of where one boyfriend that was killed, and there's 9 other friends, including his ex-girlfriend, which is now going out with the new guy that bed-rummed the old boyfriend, and there's 9 of them involved in it down in Oklahoma, I think it was. So it just goes to show you how easy and how crazy information can be misconstrued. So that's all I was trying to do, Joe.
I think you cut out there for a slight second there, Kent, because it's like I didn't hear your voice for a second on this one. You having lag issues, bud?
No, I don't think. I just stopped speaking.
Sounds good. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I feel like on there. My personal opinion again on this is that Daniel is just a full-fledged narcissistic liar that doesn't know how to tell the truth if his life depended on it.
Did Sunny just cut out?
Yeah, I think she's lagging.
She's
She must be
frozen.
overheated.
I love that face. She's always making fun of me when I freeze in my face. Look at that. How embarrassing, Sunny.
Oh, what the heck happened there?
You were totally
You
frozen
froze.
and you had a great look on your face.
What kind of look did I have? To show me.
Just mid-word. It was great. There you are again. Oh, you're freezing again. This is awesome.
Are you overheating, Sonny? Turn that fan onto your computer.
Internet. Don't be doing this shit to me, Internet. Do I need to close some tabs? And B, I am going to frickin' ass kill you if you don't get out of my frickin' face. Just saying.
As long as it's not a bumblebee.
Well, no, it's a wasp. Or what
Kill
the
'em.
heck's going on with my internet all of a sudden? Like, piss off.
Too
I got
much smoke.
replay. Seawood. I got replay.
You guys, my internet. I don't know what's going on with the internet. All of a sudden, I might. Well, something happens to me, I'll just reboot.
Okay. Why don't you hit play? Can you do that? Can you hit play and then... No, I guess you can't.
If you guys are with me, back when I originally told you this
I'll hit play.
event, I said, I've never heard of a mother leaving. I don't care how much abuse I'm.
Is she frozen?
She might have to reboot.
Seen by several members of the public in their yard alive. It's important.
What's the timestamp on this? Because I can try to play it from that timestamp while she reboots.
I don't know. I can't see that screen.
Sometime between midnight and 5 a.m. That the neighbor heard a vehicle. The neighbor said he was went back and forth 6
AFC
times.
fingers.
Said after the
Lisa, no. Well, maybe Sunny. I know they're down towards the coast more, but we have no fires here. I'm just looking for the link to this video so I can pull it up just in case.
Between midnight and 5 a.m.
Grippy says around 10 minutes. It's in our.
No, she put the link.
It's in our messenger, Sunny or Charmaine,
For 5 hours
where I sent it to her
to meet
yesterday.
somebody coming to and from the residence. Hours before the kids are reported missing. I would be getting search warrants for the phones of Malehya and Daniel. And I would be going to their cell phone carrier and getting following weeks, the police returned twice to search a pipeline area, home's septic tank. They inspected 4 mine shafts in the area, and they said that they'll continue to come back and do more mine shafts. And Nova Scotia issued a $150,000 reward, with the detective saying that this case is highly unusual. Duh. Yeah. The Mounties stated that they've completed 10 different judicial authorizations. That's what they call them. We call them search warrants, subpoenas, seized records, search warrants, polygraphs, took possession of electronic devices, video files, and they did some forensic tests. This made me feel a lot better. They're at least doing something. Now, they didn't say what they did. They should have seized both phones of both parents. And then found out who they were talking to that was coming to the home the night before. And I would have put my 2 best detectives on that person that was coming to and from the house. And I would have pulled them into the office and had a little conversation about what they were doing there. And then I would have put them on a polygraph. Then I would have checked their criminal history. It's just too coincidental. And then later on, Daniel's confronted with Lily's blanket, remember, hanging on the tree? And then he changed his mind and he said it was planted there and it was taken from the garbage. Somebody planted it there. Who's that? Malehya? I don't know. Now here comes a really tough part for me. The day the kids vanished, Child Protective Services in Nova Scotia and the town of Glasgow, the closest town, prepared a special memo for the Deputy Minister of Nova Scotia, a guy named Beaton. But the government refused to allow what that memo said. Now, several months before the disappearance, a social worker came to Lily and Jack's home to assess life at their home. Remember what I told you about? How police officers come to the home? Daniel, when questioned, said that this was related to the kids' learning difficulties. Interesting. But when questioned further, he refused to answer. Both kids were developmentally behind other kids the same age at the school. Now here's the part I want you to pay intimate attention. Kids disappeared May 2nd, 2025. September 2024, Jack came to school with a possible black eye, very light, and facial bruising. September 2024. December 2024, Jack came to school with a significant black eye. I'm just saying, I don't remember Ben, when he was young, ever getting a black eye. And he played rough and tumble hockey. Well, he did get a black eye when he was playing in major juniors. And that was in a fight. But when he was 4 or 5 years old, no. Never happened. Does it happen? Oh, I'm sure it does. But 2 black eyes, months apart? I'd be suspicious. Daniel said that one of them was caused by Lily, and he didn't respond to other questions. Now, here's the one. I nearly fell out of my seat. Daniel, when he was being questioned, said, well, just by chance, the morning that Lily disappeared, she had a black eye too, caused by a Tonka truck. I sat back in my chair and I said, hold your taters. Remember, social services had come to Lily and Jack's house because of concerns by the school. Do you think that Daniel and Malehya wanted to send their kids to school with a black eye again and raise the suspicions of the school again?
Okay, so for anyone that is coming in, this again is David Polides. He's from the Canada Missing Child Project and stuff like that. So the link is right there, the YouTube link for people that don't know who he is and stuff like that. So again, he's talking about Jack and Lily, right? And he's basically reading from the article, even though he knows of the case, of course, but he's reading from the article that came out in the Globe and Mail the other day, with even what we thought was, just when we thought it was already a pathetic case, then that article comes out. And there was definitely some, new little burrs in there of the car, 12 to 5, 6 times, more black eyes, I think, than we all knew. And it just really didn't paint Malehya and Daniel in a good light, and neither should be painted in a good light. They're the ones that are, like I said, you have a mother that goes into hiding. What I say it's hiding. I don't care what anyone says. I just call it hiding, because that's to me what she did, is that she basically, peeled her ass out of there, left the 2 children that were missing, and basically has been radio silent for 2.5 months. And then you have Daniel Martell. There's like a little whack-a-mole that comes in, like a jack in the box, boing, 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 to feed us all this bunch of bullshit all the time. Like I said, this is a disgrace. For any case, I feel so bad for not only, well, of course, first and foremost, Jack and Lily. Who knows what the hell those poor children were actually living through and going through in this dysfunctional home. That obviously there's these bruises going on. And like he said, like I said, my son Matthew, he's 28. He had a small little dot here one time for a black eye. That's the only thing he had ever had. And yet we got these children within months, right? September, December. And then, of course, Daniel's the one that, told us about the one that Lily got on Wednesday night when they were at Patty's house. And we don't have Kent. I know Kent's sitting there with his hand up. I can see it with his hand up. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted, Kent. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought I was muted.
No.
Well, on the other side of the coin, I probably had a half a dozen black eyes, because my neighbor lived down in a gully and the road was about 20 feet or 15 feet above the lay of the land in his front lawn. And we used to throw out mattresses and pretend we were WWF wrestling stars. So it all depends on the life where you come from.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that the black eyes aren't legitimate, but it's something that we need to know, that information of how they were obtained is the same as him saying, well, I'd take the guy in the black car into custody and question him. I'm sure the RCMP would too if they knew who it was. So if anybody out there does, rather than just a tip of a 5-speed car running up and down the road, if you can give us a license plate, it would help.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, there has to be one person that, has to, give insight to the other side on stuff like that. Although you didn't go missing. That's true. I mean, the thing is, as much as Daniel talks, double talks himself, he does it to himself. Is there going to be truth amongst this? Of course there is. Imagine you're just everything being a complete lie. No, I mean, there has to be some truth in there so you can remember some of the bullshit.
Yeah.
For Daniel doesn't, honestly, it's disgusting watching what's going on with Jack and Lily. I can't say that strongly enough, right? These should be two parents, regardless, advocating to find Jack and Lily, telling the truth, because they had nothing to do with it. But guess what? That's not what's going on here. Instead, it's like freaking mind games and sitting there, putting out shit to see what sticks. And Daniel has been the most vocal one. And there's nothing that man can tell me anymore that I would believe at all, because he's done it to himself. I don't know if he's oblivious to his own bullshit, because he's such a narcissist to me, and that he just literally, like, I don't even, honestly, just to watch someone virtually spreading himself across the entire nation, country, nationally, to make himself look like this big of a fool, all his inconsistencies. I don't know how the man is to keep coming back for more all the time. He says he's quit the internet bullshit. I can tell you right now, he's probably watching this live, going, I don't get why they don't believe me. I mean, I'm telling you guys the truth. Didn't I say I always tell the truth? No, because we got
Yeah, but that's not the case.
That's not the case. And that's what makes me very angry, is to watch Malehya and Daniel act like this. Malehya made the comment that she's making no excuses for it taking 2.5. Now, I was like, in my head, I was like, thinking, okay, well, beyond the benefit of the doubt, okay, like, you're speaking to the RCMP and you're giving them all this information, but Daniel, I mean, dude, you have done so much damage to your own self, to the people that literally have to look at you every day in your community, that literally watch lives and watch your comments and all this stuff. And then you wonder why people are looking at you with the, like the side eye and stuff like that. You people have done it to yourself. You haven't told a consistent story or timeline. It's like, like I said, it's like Twiddledee, Twiddledum, and Twiddle Dumbest sitting down, or not even sitting down, and going, well, you know what? This is what the storyline base is going to be, right? And to me, it's kind of why that's like Malehya, Daniel came out trying to tell the same story, but guess what? It fell down like a ton of bricks because none of it matched. And then Janie comes out with her, I swear on the Bible life thing, and my brother's life, whatever, her life, son's life, and all that shit. You're whatever you're saying, Janie, again, you totally blew away any timeline that was even trying to remotely be understood. Again, you can't, I'm not going to sit here and justify bullshit. It's bullshit to watch this. It's disgusting. And it's just, you must be humiliated at some point. But a narcissist really isn't humiliated, because they truly feel like, that they're not seeing what they're projecting, because they're so far up their own asses. You have to pull your head out first to, come and see to the light. But it's just, I can't even express this enough. But anyways, as for the black eyes, we're going to say that you're probably one of the 100 type of kids. Again, I'm sure most of us in here, well, I don't know. what about you guys that have children? How many black eyes from when they were like 0 to 6? How many black eyes did your children have? You know,
Yeah,
show
well,
I
me.
that's another thing. Most of my black eyes, I would say, probably happened
When you were
between 10
older.
and 15,
Well, there you go. There you go.
right?
Okay. Yeah. It's just that we're, talking about two precious babies here. Charmaine, go ahead.
was going to say I have 2 kids and 3 grandkids, and including myself, 0. And my daughters, 0. And my grandkids, 0. I don't think
You know,
it's overly common. Once, maybe, possibly, but come on. Can't see it.
just as a parent, as a mother, and a human being first, to watch cases like this play out with these, what I consider just a bunch of liars, a bunch of manipulators, deceptions to save their own asses. That's how I see this, because these things don't happen if you truly had nothing to do with any involvement in the disappearance, to me, of Jack and Lily. It's ridiculous. Their timeline's ridiculous. Their timeline is absolutely farce. So if it's farce, what do? You go back to the time when it possibly happened, in my opinion, which is to either the Thursday or into the night of the Friday, and then we hear about a vehicle, 12 to 5, 6 times, right? Well, obviously you got to drive, maybe do something, come back. Now again, yes, it was confirmed by the police that, about the information, but does that mean that it's alleged?
Actually happened? No.
Yeah, right. But right, I still have an issue myself with. I mean, obviously, Daniel, remember this neighbor came out, you guys, talking about, a party, a bunch of cars in the vehicle around, 2 p.m. and stuff like that. And then Daniel says, yeah, we know this neighbor. He's just trying to take the heat off himself. And then they expand on it when Janie's talking about it. And Janie's saying, like, I'm just saying, a bunch of stuff went missing and stuff got stolen and, this neighbor type of thing. And it's just all I keep hearing is just diarrhea bullshit that just flows out of their mouth like it's natural. But the thing is that there's just way too many inconsistencies in their stories that, I'm just calling that whole timeline from. I believe that they were called in. If there's one thing I believe that they were called in at 6:17 and 6:18. Do I believe that 10:01 was this false, in a sense, phone call to be like, oh my God, Jack and Lily, where are they? We were sleeping. No, we were awake. No, wait, I asked. No, you asked. No, let's see, I was barely sleeping. So you're telling me that Daniel was barely sleeping, right? I mean, I could sit there and tell at least 5 different versions of that morning, right? And I could sit
But
there and go, well, so Daniel, let's see here. So you were barely sleeping, right? But yet you couldn't hear the kids out in the swing set area, right? Like, again, it's, I mean, I can't even express enough just how ridiculous all the different versions are of the story. And it's
Johnny,
just like, yeah,
the one question that I have about the validity, like I say, we know that the tip was given, right?
yep,
But we also know that there was probably 3, maybe 4 press releases after May 8th, which is the date that they confirmed that they received a tip about this vehicle.
yep,
And yes, we know that it was almost another full 2 weeks before they asked for dash cam videos of Gairloch Road, possibly looking for that vehicle and or other vehicles in the driveway. But if RCMP thought the validity of that tip was credible, upon receiving that tip, why didn't the request for dash cam video come out then? They wouldn't have had to release anything more than what they've already had or have till this point. But they could have asked, like, if they really thought that that tip that was given on the 8th had validity, that very next press conference, why didn't they ask then? Because I believe, and I'd have to go back and look to make sure, but I believe there was probably at least 1 or 2 more press conferences, because they sort of had a little press release after each weekend search. And the first weekend search was the 7th and 8th, or 8th and 9th, whatever that date was. And then the second one was the following weekend, Victoria Day weekend, May 18th. So that's the only thing that makes me question. Did they question the validity of the tip? Because they waited up to 2 weeks before they asked for.
When did they? What was the actual date? Jack. 1 second.
Right, they called the search off May 7th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then they searched not that weekend. That was on, I believe, on a Thursday. I think. Wednesday or Thursday. And then they searched the following weekend, and then again the following weekend.
So RCMP requested video footage from the public in the case of missing Sullivan siblings, Lily and Jack, May 28th. Specifically,
so it was a full 20 days after receiving the tip of a vehicle in and out of the dooryard. And I think that would be given more priority as possible pertinent information and not get lost in amongst the rest of the tips when it was given on May 8th. And if it didn't, and it got lost until the 28th, then yes, that's a downfall from the RCMP.
Yeah, actually, Charmaine, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I still feel like the police dropped the ball for sure on that. But what are your thoughts?
I've been trying to keep faith with the RCMP, but as time goes on, I'm starting to agree with you.
Let's just talk about the cadaver dogs first. Oh, shit.
I mean, maybe.
Just 1 sec. I'm still here.
It is like, I don't know. I think that at the speculation, my thoughts, my opinion, but I think at the very least, RCMP were very slow to follow up on any other possibilities that didn't include the kids wandering into the woods on their own. Maybe they did, but it doesn't seem that, because it took them so long to ask for that footage. And if we know that tip was given on the 8th, I mean, what else could be the reason other than they had too many tips to go through? I mean, if we look at Delphi, and I can't remember the exact number, but the amount of tips they had were in the thousands, okay? Like 8,000 tips or more that they had to go back through.
These
I mean,
guys
the
are up
answer
to
was
600.
in the tip box, right? Like, it was there. It was one of the very first tips that they got, I think tip number 73. But that's and I mean, 600 compared to 800, it's a lot. It is, but it's not an unmanageable number. And Diana, I'm a very, very strong proponent of law enforcement here. I believe that they're doing their work. And of course they know way more than we do, obviously. Of course they do. But I think that the only possible explanation for this one is that they didn't prioritize it. It wasn't a priority for them immediately.
Jess,
And maybe it was, maybe they looked into it and kind of not maybe cleared it, but there was nothing to corroborate it. So they put it to the back burner, and then maybe they got new information that made them put out there, now we're looking for this extra video. I mean, the fact is they do stuff like that all the time. And as much as I want to believe in law enforcement, I do think that there are certain aspects here that they have definitely dropped the ball. Go ahead, Ken.
I just seen Jess's comment. She said the car was registered to some guy named Chris. They checked it. We had no idea that there was even a car until last week. So we have no idea that they checked it. I believe the car that you're talking about is the two that were reported on the side of the road the day of. One by Lauder Park, which was a guy walking and his dog, and a lady driving by called 911. That was the Honda CRV. And then the other one was two guys fishing, and they ran that plate. And that one, I believe, came back to a guy named Chris. But we didn't know, as the public, and when I'm saying we, that there was even a car heard between midnight and 5 a.m. until, was it Wednesday this week that Lindsay's article came out, Sonny?
Yeah, it was like 5 days ago.
So unless you have something to be able to back it up, I think you're talking about the ones that they checked the day of.
I don't know. Trying to backtrack here, Jane. Looking at other things, so I don't see.
I mean, if you're talking about your comment about Kent, Jane,
What was the comment?
do you want me to put it up?
Yeah, go ahead.
There you go. Read it.
Kent, are you a seesaw? Nah. Jane,
he's not even a flip-flopper. He's trying to be diplomatic. I mean, it's clear that Sonny and I have no diplomacy.
No.
Kent does. And I know, and you guys, it drives me crazy at sometimes too, because it seems like he has always got something to say to excuse Daniel's behavior. It really does, but he's literally just trying to maintain balance now that Sonny has joined me on the dark side.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'd just like to state from day one, like I still only believe two theories here. How we get to the conclusion, I don't know. But
Yeah.
from day one until Darren came on, and don't all jump on me yet because I don't believe Darren 100%. But from day one, you asked Sunny, anytime she ever asked me, I told her I thought it was an accident and a cover up for the self preservation of the rest of the family. When Darren spoke, I seen the plausibility. I'm just saying, possibility. And
Which is ridiculous, Kent. You know that, but sorry.
And the information that we learned, but at that time, Charmaine, but from that point to now, we have seen more information to point us back to the other direction. But that possibility is, in my belief, and I want to believe that the kids will come home to us or the province or family members, however you want to word it. And the only scenario that I see that happening is some sort of that scenario. The other case, we're going to bring these children home, we're going to bury them, and we're going to honor them with proper respects. That still has to happen if that is the case once it is solved and proven to be that.
Yeah. I like, first of all, I like the balance that we all bring each other. Kent brings a balance to look at both sides of the fence. Now, I've been there. I'm not really that balanced in that way. Well, no, I don't want to say I'm not. It's just like once I get to the point that I'm just like fed up of bullshit and stuff like that, it's like I do wish that these children are alive. I do wish that. Is it so unless they sold these children, for money or something like that, it just seems so unlikely with the digital trail of everything that happened. Being on the reserve, absolutely not.
No.
I don't see that whatsoever. Again, practicality, for following cases like this, chances are these children are not alive anymore. But we don't know the answer to what happened in Jack and Lily, but we do know that the truth is not happening. And why is the truth not happening? It's because we're not being told the truth by, in my opinion, by Malehya, by Janie, by Daniel, and possibly more. Who knows? Don't know. But from looking at this whole entire case, ourselves, right? I'm so sick of Daniel's ass. Honestly, if I want to regurgitate from my mouth and spew all the stuff that man says and then forgets that he says something, again, to me, he's just an embarrassment, and it's disgusting to watch what's going on in a case of two missing children. I can't say that enough. And Malehya, why are you not advocating for your children out there? What do you know? You know something, because if one's involved, obviously then the other is involved. So, like certain things, more, a little bit more than you guys actually know, granted, but again, realistically, the chances of these two children being alive, it's really, it doesn't fall within the line of what typically happens. Like, for the children to be out there still alive, honestly, I'll be a monkey's uncle if that's the case, but it's still plausible. But it's on such a low spectrum to me because of looking at digital data, everything that the police would have on top. Like, what we have is like a quarter of the information that they would have on this case. But I like the logic. I like the fact that if me and Kent and Charmaine all thought the same, honestly, we might as well just sit here then and pick our noses talking about the same stuff because we agree with each other all the time. Right? We don't know the answer to what happened to Jack and Lily for sure. I definitely have my definite thoughts on this. And that's that, in my opinion, that Daniel, Martell, and Malehya are not telling the truth. And when you're hiding the truth, there's a reason for that. Now, whether that's considered hidden by some people, unlikely to me. Whether that's considering that they're unalive, is the most likely scenario. But I like the balance of Kent. He's not a flip flopper. He just tries to always interject both. What's that? Uh, Playing the devil's advocate in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Because you would be not balanced if you really didn't look at all the different things. Like I do, but I'm not on the side of these children are hidden. As much as I would love to, that Belinda, that the rest of the family members that are just absolutely in true pain and sorrow, that want answers. But this case is very telling to me about what's going on, and there's no truth coming out. That's it. There's no truth coming out for Jack and Lily, and it's just disgusting to watch what's going on here. There's very few people. Anyway, that's my vent, my profile.
Janzi, we don't have any idea of what they bought at the dollar store. All
Well,
we
yeah,
know that we can confirm, and Sunny can show you. She has the receipt for that in Malehya's
mhm,
Google mapping system or whatever it was.
yeah,
They were at the clinic for blood work. Malehya stated that herself.
yeah.
Then they were at a store. Everybody says it's Dollarama because that's the parking lot they showed up in. And then they went to Acropole, bought supper, and went home and was home by 3:30 Thursday afternoon. That's the only thing that we know.
And that's just it, Patriot. Everyone is just trying to piece together what happened. I personally enjoy. I don't want to say enjoy, right? It's a bad probably word to use, but I do find that I'm definitely attracted to cases where there's mystery behind it, and kind of like the Suzanne Morphew case, the Sebastian Rogers case, the Nicola Bully case, and stuff like that. Is because I really like to dig, and I really like to dig hard. Lots of times I would do it by myself, but with Jack and Lily's case, it's a combination of a lot of people that are trying to work together. Some people are just on a different planet, but it's a combination of us keeping being voices for Jack and Lily, and a lot of people working together to find those answers, because they deserve it. Jack and Lily deserve it. They don't deserve this embarrassment of some certain family members, just sitting here acting like as if they don't give two flying fucks about what happened to Jack and Lily. And I think it's disgusting, it's despicable, and it's beyond words. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I can't even express it enough just how pissed off I am to watch cases go like this, right? You got family members like Belinda, right? The paternal grandmother. I know Charles had only seen the kids a couple times and stuff like that, but there's other family members out there too, that maybe don't want to be the forefront of, YouTube land and stuff like that, even though they're just searching for their answers and stuff like that. But I just feel so badly for these people that truly want answers for Jack and Lily, and that these are their family members that they have to watch play freaking games like this, right? No excuse for it at all. No excuse.
Jane, what am I supposed to do but hope and pray for the kids to come home? That's whatever I am doing, that's what I am doing it for.
Jane picking on
Yes,
you
I want to
again.
bring home their bodies if that's the case. But I want Jack and Lily to be able to come home. So if you're disgusted with me, like Sonny always says, you don't have to listen. We're trying to put out a point of view, And if you don't like it or can't agree with it, go watch somebody else that I'm sure will be in your point of view. Because there's plenty of point of views out there.
Absolutely. I don't know why Jane's being so hard on
There,
you.
it's actually three points of view right here on this channel.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
and
honestly,
I mean, why are we lying about, like, the
two
people
children missing.
that last saw the kids? People that last saw the kids are lying. They're lying. There's no way, shape, or form that you can explain away and saying that Daniel is lying to us, but telling the police. And I've gone through that. That doesn't make any sense. So they're lying for a reason. And why do people lie? To cover up the truth.
Cover up
And
the
why do
truth.
they usually do that? Self-preservation, because they have some kind of accountability that they don't want to face up to, and whatever that means. And I've never once said that I think Daniel harmed the kids. I've never come out and publicly said that. What I'm saying is Daniel has been inconsistent for months now, and even when he tries to clear up those inconsistencies, he brings up more. And even when he's not talking, Daniel, you can stay off of social media all you want, but I see you. I know where you are. We still get information. Like the blanket. You could have, and I'm talking directly to you, Daniel, you could have told us that's not the blanket. But you
could
didn't.
have.
You let
Check
everybody
invest-
believe that was the blanket. But you want the facts out there, and you don't lie, because, you know, reality is what it is. You're a realist. You're a truthologist. But you couldn't let us know that that was not the right blanket. Why? And don't say it's because of the investigation, because no, it's not.
Daniel always
There's
says,
no reason
I'm telling too much.
want to find your kids. There's no reason to lie. Sorry. I haven't said anything for a while, so I just thought I'd get a little blurb in there what I could.
Yeah. And again, I'm gonna remind people, be nice in the chat. All right, be nice, because my block list has 4 people on it already. And again, I'm not sitting here gonna take people being just ignorant and rude in here. Okay, this isn't what this channel is about. You're allowed to have your opinions, but damn right, be respectful to other people's point of views, Jane. Okay, you don't need to be ignorant towards Kent. You don't like Kent, or you don't like what he's saying. I think, honestly, people's point of views matter. They do. Everyone that's in the chat and everyone that's on this panel, we're all allowed to have our point of views. Absolutely. If you disagree, but you don't have to be nasty. Simple as that. Okay, people? You guys know the rules here. But this is about caring about Jack and Lily first and foremost. It's not about attacking each other. If you disagree with somebody's opinion, go ahead, disagree. You can do that still respectfully, or you can leave and go watch somebody else, right? There's options. No one's twist tying you to a chair to force you to watch this live right now, right? But just remain respectful. We're not here to attack others. We're here for Jack and Lily, and to try to find answers together with our own thoughts, your thoughts, people that, like, even if I think that I have a ton of information, which I do, that doesn't mean I remember everything. Shit, there's a lot of shit I forgot, to be honest with you. But, then things come up. I mean, there's been a lot of BS in this case, thanks to Daniel, to be honest. Not just Daniel, but Malehya, and, Janie and stuff like that.
Look at all the stuff that I was sending you. Was it last night or this morning? I was sending you a bunch of stuff, and It was from the beginning. And it was
Yeah.
like, I forgot about that stuff. But it could matter, you know?
It could, right. Well, again, if they're not going to tell the truth, well, we're going to try to figure out the truth. And we might not be the people arresting, right? Anyone, if somebody's going to be arrested, but we can sure put out, the stuff that the family members are talking about, and the RCMP and the information, and try to read between the lines of what's going on here. Hi, Shelly. Thank you so much for that super sticker. First one today. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Shelly said, by the way, that she's a bookkeeper. So if you guys want to know about anything to do with child tax or whatever it was, that's the thing I do want to say. Okay, guys, there's a lot of people that are very smart that are in this chat room right now. A lot of people that are deep diving very hard into the case of Jack and Lily and trying to understand. It's been an advantage, obviously, to the channel, that a lot of family members have spoken to this channel and also have been on Susan's Hidden in the Fog. I'm not into the whole cabin thing about May 1st myself, right? Some people are like, oh, did you watch that? Yeah, I watched it. Determined that I don't think it has any value myself at all. I think that shady shit happens in hotel rooms all the time. Me working in one, I'll tell you, my first day on the job was some little dweeb that was about half my age, even probably less, that wanted to literally show me his D. Okay, he literally stood outside the door and banged on it to show me his D, and I'm just like standing there, and this is when I smoked, standing outside going, shit, really? Like, this shit's the shit that I gotta deal with every fucking time? These fucking wacko jackos and shit. I mean, I had a man that would come to the hotel with his freaking wife and kids, and he'd be cheating on her with his 5 freaking kids. A lot of these hotels in Canada here are transient hotels. It's always about strippers. It's always about coming to hotels, cheating on their wives, stuff like that. I mean, so to sit there and see credit card or ID cards with the same face on it and whatever, that's like pretty much a normal day in what I would deem as well, I don't want to say lower standard hotels, but the one I'm talking about was your budget motel, the first one I worked at. And so people do shit like that all day long. I just deemed that I didn't see it as part of this. If anything, I see a cleanup and myself. Like, if I was to look at this, how I still think this is, guys, I'm still thinking that possibly, that this, because there's been a lot of talk about drugs and there's been a lot of lying on Daniel's part and stuff like that to do with it. I mean, really, what's he going to deny? Is he going to call Malehya a liar again? Going to call, everyone a liar besides himself? I mean, and even in the article, it's like, oh yeah, I wasn't doing meth, but I did methamphetamines and everything else. And, I mean, there's clearly that picture from 2010 where that friend has got a big needle in the hand and stuff like that. But I still think myself that this is going to be about the children, whether it was accidental or not accidental. Maybe it was a way just to get rid of them. Maybe they were sold. Maybe they were. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put it past, but the answer lies to me in the middle of the night. It doesn't lie in the daytime where they're fabricated bullshit, is what they're trying to portray. So if they're trying to portray this fabricated timeline during the day, in my opinion, I'm seeing this as something that happened during the night, on Thursday night or into Friday morning, whether it's a cover up or it's an outright, again, people do the damnedest things to their children. This case in Canada is more rare for sure, but just go, like, if you're not into true crime and this is your first case, again, these type of cases are a dime a dozen. a dime a dozen all day long. What people do to their children, right? Suitcases, like seriously, it's disgusting. But in Canada, it's a huge difference in population. But this one here is it's just disgusting to watch two people for sure that, to me, in my opinion, know what happened to Jack and Lily. And it just boils down to that, right, Charmaine? If you're lying and you're inconsistent in your stories and they don't even match up, and there's way too many in this case, then what's going on? They're hiding something. Simple as that.
That's right.
It's not like they walked off down the road and went, oh, let me just toss my blanket into the tree. Oh, let me just put a mud print here of my foot. No, 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 no.
And if you're truly, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Like if you're truly looking at, if your kids are truly missing and you're looking at any possibility, Daniel, Malehya, you should have done your research. Go look up Tori Stafford's mother. Go look up Holly Jones's mother. Those are just a couple of Canadian cases where their children went missing, and how parents truly act when their kids go missing. Even if you think that they've walked off, you still want people to help you find them. Even if you think that family members or friends took them and they've got them somewhere, you're still begging the public to keep their eye out. You're trying to find your kids.
I'm still here. Absolutely.
You guys are not trying to find your kids. You're not. Nope. You're not acting as though your kids have gone missing and you have no idea what happened to them. Our kids should be the heart and soul of our very existence. And
Absolutely.
If Daniel wasn't so much in the forefront, I'm their stepdad, I did everything for them, it's me fighting for them, me, then I wouldn't expect that of a boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend who, maybe stepdad. I wouldn't expect that. But you've put yourself in that position now, Daniel. You have to be their greatest advocate. And by almost selling yourself to social media and the media, everything that you've done, you're not advocating to find your kids. You're just not. And I mean, we don't lie when we're trying to get to the truth of a matter. You don't lie. And it doesn't matter what you say about that, Malehya. Lying in any way, shape, or form is not helping. So it's all bullshit. And you both know it. And the clock is ticking.
Yep. I don't see your comment, Janet. I've scrolled and scrolled and scrolled on this one. Anybody else see the comment?
And how can we... I would love for them to explain how it benefited them or the case, the advocacy of their missing children, to either A, stay completely silent, or B, come out here and lie, consistently lie. How did that benefit you? How is your life better now because of how you've handled yourself? It hasn't. So then ask yourself, how can you make it right? By telling the truth, giving a timeline that makes sense. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to stop this freight train that you're on. Sorry, but that's it.
Absolutely. At some point, I would just like to see a guilty conscience of somebody that actually feel bad. These are children underneath your care. And Janet, by the way, this case, a lot of people take it really personally. Okay. And they get a little frustrated with things. I see it happen all the time. Okay. But at the end of the day, regardless if you're a legal assistant or not for 40 years, I think, right? You have your opinion. Kent has his. I have mine. Charmaine has hers, and you guys all have your own opinions out there of what's going on. But I see this happen all the time. People get upset and they get, angry at other people's comments. And all I can say is this: you do you, okay? Right? For whatever you think about this case, you do you. And everyone else can do themselves as well, because it's no good sitting there going, well, I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that and I don't agree with this. Bottom line is, we do not know what happened to Jack and Lily, but there's been a lot of telltale signs, absolutely, that something happened to Jack and Lily. And in our opinion, there's definitely a cover up. There's definitely all these inconsistencies and lies going on because they're not telling the truth. Right? But so many people get wrapped up. Again, I've done too many of these shows and lives and stuff with other cases. I watch people get hell bent, and stuff. Then if I say something wrong to them, they could spend 2 years in the channel and then they get pissy because maybe I called them out because of them saying a comment that, like, Sonny, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I don't have to actually, really. Right? I can't read every darn comment out there, right? I can sit here and we can bring you guys as much facts as we can. We can talk about it. But the one thing I want always to be the focus is about these two beautiful children right here, Jack and Lily, that deserve answers. And how else are we going to get there if we don't try to dig and search for answers? Because they're clearly not being voices for Jack and Lily. But anyways,
And we're not going to stop.
Don't get right. We're not going to stop. Don't get your but people, don't get your panties in a pinch, okay? Or men, don't get your little, what do you call it, little boxers in a bunch, and stuff like that. Because honestly, if we're here for Jack and Lily, and we're here for different opinions and thoughts, and we're here, like, I can honestly say that from the beginning of this case to what we know now is huge. Why? Because a lot of family members have spoken out throughout the time. Daniel, like I said, there's going to be some consistency, some truth in it, and there's going to be a lot of non-truth in there and inconsistency because, again, these two people were looking after Jack and Lily, and if they can't be their voices and tell the truth, well, then we're going to keep searching for it and putting the pressure on, because Jack and Lily right now are pretty much everyone's children, right? We're the ones that are going to be the voices, and we're the ones. But for the information from between what started off with to what it is now, there's a lot of information to start going puzzle piece, puzzle piece, puzzle piece, puzzle piece. The one thing that we're just not sure about is, right? I can tell you one thing that we are sure about, at least I feel, is that you can take that timeline and you can quash it and you can get rid of it, because their timeline makes 0 sense because of their own words, right? So let's really look into the things about the evening or into the morning or Thursday, right? Because we can't believe anything they're saying anymore. Nothing. Whether it's Malehya talking, whether it's Daniel talking, whether it's Janie talking, we can't believe them at all. So why? I'm not going to waste my breath anymore on their stupid timeline that doesn't make sense, because it's bullshit. It's absolute BS. They literally ruined their own timeline. So checkmate on that.
I would love to spend more time on it. I would.
Will.
There are questions for Janie that I have.
We do, right. There definitely are, Charmaine. But you know what? Let's play this out. Let's just play this out, and then we'll get to the root, about Daniel. Was Daniel cheating on Malehya? Things about Janie we want to talk about. Kent, how are you doing, bud? Are you doing okay still?
Yeah, just the root strength brought up that the medical clinic that we were thinking that Malehya was at, she said is not open yet. She was there Saturday. All we know, root strength, is that Malehya said she was going to town for blood work. There's only 3 or 4 spots that you get that done. So if it wasn't the new one in Future Shop, the old Future Shop building, it would have to be one of the clinics over by the hospital or the hospital itself.
Thanks.
And I know that sometimes it seems like we're hampering on Daniel and or other channels are hampering on Daniel. But if you look at it, when we're talking about the inconsistencies in statements made and we're not getting the full truth, the only person that we can really say that about in any amount, top priority, is Daniel, because he's the one that's speaking most of the time.
Yeah.
We
Sure.
went 6 weeks without hearing from Janie, and then we all critically thought of what she said and didn't say and how she said it. And then we had 2 statements, well, 1 interview and a few minutes worth of chats from Malehya. So of course it's going to sound like we're hammering Daniel all the time, because he's the one that is talking, and he's the one that we're at one point in time, he's saying one thing to the public or the media or YouTube or wherever, and the next day he might say something else. So it's not that we're hammering or bashing Daniel, it's we're talking about the one that's talking.
Yeah.
But it's 12 o'clock here, so I'm gonna
You gonna head down?
head down and probably stay in the chat for a bit if I don't fall asleep. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Ken.
Night, Ken.
Julie says, Sunny, Malehya said Daniel is lying to the media. Do you think she means he's lying about her story they had? How could she know if it was lies if she claims she doesn't know what happened? I think that's actually a very good comment, to be honest with you. I think that he's gone off script. I think between the lot of them, that Malehya says that what they've told the RCMP is different from what they're saying on media and stuff like that. I truly wish Malehya would say a lot more if she had nothing to do with it, but unfortunately, again, she has me blocked, and she didn't want to seem to answer any more questions. To me, that's not a child fighting to bring awareness to Jack and Lily and find them, because whether they're either hiding, being hidden, or that they're not on this planet, this wicked game that these people are playing, all I can say is this: whatever repercussions ever come, if some do, again, may it hit you 1,000 times over, and karma just be a bitch, and it be your bitch, because you guys are the ones that should be telling the truth, advocating for these children the most, and that's not what you're seeing. So just a bunch of crock of crap, the whole lot of you, to be honest with you. It's not the way a mother acts if she's truly missing her children. I don't see an excuse for it at all. So, again, when I spoke to her, right, everything was about Malehya. You know what? First of all, can I show this stuff, right? I kept saying that, make sure it was okay. Second thing was that if you really want to advocate for Jack and Lily, because regardless, it's whether they're dead or alive, either way, you still want the signs out there. You still want people to stay aware of this case. You still want to bring answers. And she was just like, kept saying, how many times did she say, I just want my babies, I just want my babies home. I just, over and over again. It was like a recording of somebody that just kept saying that. So I was like, okay, you know, we can do that, right? But, you know, I'm going to ask you some questions, you know, about the timeline. And I don't think that they get it so much too. Sometimes when we're asking questions that almost seem like they're not part of the case, but they really are. So for instance, you know, can you confirm about Daniel? Was he abusive? Was he controlling? Obviously, that makes a difference into the insight of what was going on in the family dynamics that could have happened to Jack and Lily. You know, is Daniel somebody that has anger issues and stuff like that? You know, so you just want to grind a timeline. And in a sense, like I said, if somebody said it to me, I would have no problem. If I'm innocent of everything and I had nothing to do with, you know, these children missing, are you kidding? I'm going to open up and I'm going to say, absolutely, here you go. You know what? This is what happened. Da, 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 da. And it's going to be an honest answer. None of this pulling teeth shit or hiding for 2-something months. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's almost like I said, yeah, everyone does things in their own time, you know, but again, don't expect the public to sit there and have your back when you're the mother of 2 children. Like, Daniel's not the father. He's not even a stepfather, right? He's common law, but they were only in a relationship for 3 years. She did say that they called him dad, you know, and stuff like that. But by all accounts, Malehya has showed a very controlling, abusive style relationship. Even the comments about Jack, even Darren made those comments about Daniel and Jack, right? Because I remember Darren saying something once like, you know, Daniel, you know, you're probably going to be mad at me for saying this, but, you know, it's true. You know, you hit Jack and stuff like that. And then I think he softened it to like paddles basically, or spankings and stuff. But Malehya said, you know, like even that she could see that Janie treated her kids differently, a bit differently. And that, you know, she even basically said about same thing about Jack, that it seemed like Daniel and Jack didn't seem to have this amazing relationship. And then she said sometimes Lily. Um, anyways, I'm going to go back to just to reiterate this timeline here just quickly, and then I'll go back to David there. So the timeline was Thursday, May 1st, 2025. Okay. It says that there was 5 visits. 5 visits. I just noticed that right now. 5 visits. Okay. But on here, we have the fact that, let's see, it was 1 hour and 27 minutes. Gairloch Road, left at 12:10. Driving 16 minutes to 39. 12:10 to 12:49. I mean, see, this says 5 visits. I don't understand Google enough to understand everything. I can see that, you know, right here, Westville. I can see the Dollarama. I don't see the Acropole restaurant. She says, I had blood work that day. Well, that's why we went out. But I see that there's 5 visits. But this is the Google time here. Don't understand that enough. Maybe somebody else does, but I certainly don't. Driving. Then 127 to 140. Either way, we know that the children were seen on camera. We know that the time, we just know that they were seen on camera, right? We don't know anything for sure about them actually reaching back home. We don't know that for sure. We just know that they were seen on camera at one of these places that had a camera. Right, Charmaine? I mean, we only know that they were seen on camera, right? We don't actually know.
That's right. And that's not
Maybe.
pure speculation. I can't remember who in chat said that, but the RCMP have come out and basically said the last proof of life, the last actual sighting of the kids was the day before on Thursday afternoon. That is not public speculation at all.
Who said? Did somebody say it was?
So
No.
yeah, and I
Wow.
think they were just answering somebody else, and I can't find the first comment. But CB, I think it was just kind of like summing everything up for her. And that was one of the things he said, that basically the kids weren't in school Wednesday, Thursday, and 911 was called Friday at 10 o'clock, and everything else in the public is pure speculation, period. And that is not completely accurate at all. There have been RCMP updates with more information than that, and we know for a fact that those kids were spotted on CCTV video on Thursday afternoon with Daniel, Malehya, and Meadow. That is a fact.
Absolutely, that's a fact.
No, the probability of them being hidden is extraordinarily low. We're into how much, 110 days. And that's a lot of people to keep a secret for 110 days. For what point and purpose? At first, it was to protect them from Daniel. Baloney. Daniel didn't have any legal right to them. And then it was to protect them from CPS. Baloney, because now even CPS has Meadow because of this situation. And then there's been no other real speculation out there as to why. Like, Malehya just didn't want to be a mom to these two kids. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And why are they... Look, if your kids are truly missing, especially if you think they're alive out there somewhere, you're advocating, you're looking, you're posting, you're talking, and RCMP is not going to tell them not to talk. So just none of that is accurate, and none of that is true. It's just not.
Mm-hmm. You guys, I'm going to play out this David guy, and then we're going to come back and reel it in. One more
time. Just one thing. CB, they didn't say the kids were okay. This is not the United States. Okay. The RCMP are not going to come out and tell us that the kids were seen on CCTV if it's like a Madeline Soto and they don't think the kids were alive.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Gonna hit play.
Or would it just be easier to say she had a cough and she didn't come to school? That's 3 black eyes and 2 kids in less than a year. Friends, I'm sorry, that's too many black eyes. Now, it was also said that Malehya and Daniel were under financial constraints. Daniel was getting fewer hours at the mill. Daniel's car was not drivable. And Daniel's father had actually brought food to their house for the family. Malehya had told her friends that Daniel was very controlling and would sometimes hold her down and take her phone. Then she said that Daniel concealed his drug addiction the first year that they lived together. How can you live with somebody and conceal a drug addiction? I guess you could if somebody was completely innocent and knew nothing, but you couldn't do that around me. And then Daniel later admitted to taking many, many types of different drugs. Daniel said he had nothing to do with the kid's disappearance. And he told the reporters that he had taken a polygraph test and passed. Now, there was never any mention by the RCMP, parents, nobody, if he passed the polygraph. Relatives of Lily and Jack had stated that the kids had never wandered into those woods before. And because of that, they don't believe that they wandered into those woods that morning. And they believed that somebody abducted them. One thing, early in this event, I said that the RCMP should have closed that road in front of their house in both directions and questioned everybody coming up and down that road. Everyone. Do you remember that? Now maybe it makes a little more sense because somebody was coming to and from that house in the middle of the morning. Or maybe somebody knew who that car belonged to. See why I made that recommendation? Friends, I want you to understand something. The system is set up to save kids. If you're a parent and the school sends out a social worker to check on your child, you should feel blessed that the system is working to protect kids. You shouldn't be offended. Teachers, if you're a teacher out there and you have the slightest concern that a child is being abused at their home, oh yeah, you call Child Protective Services. By law, you're supposed to. Because you will never be able to live adequately with the nightmare if you find out that child died because of child abuse. The system has to work for the children to thrive. Think about this. In this instance, the parents, the friends, the school, the social workers, everybody failed these kids. Everybody failed. As an example, when I was married, we had young kids. I worked 5 at night till 3 in the morning. I usually slept, from the time I got home at 4 in the morning till sometimes noon. As the kids got older, I could trust them to be in the house watching TV. We actually had an alarm put in the house. So if the kids opened the door, alarm would go off. There's no way I could sleep through it. It never happened because the kids knew. But it was one of those small things that we did to make sure that we were good parents. We wouldn't miss anything. You got to want to be a good parent. Electronics. Daniel and Malehya's cell phone. In my humble opinion, the key piece of evidence here. I want to see all the pictures on that phone. I want to see who they've been texting, who they've been phoning, who's been leaving them voicemails. And then I want to track that phone, see where it's been all around Nova Scotia. This takes a lot of work, folks. A lot of work. But you're talking about 2 kids' lives, not 1, 2. The night before the disappearance, who came by that house? I think that that's one of the biggest leads they have on this case. Now, they have stated many times that there's no evidence of abduction. You're going to think this is a stupid comment. There's no evidence there wasn't an abduction. And then what are the results of the polygraph? To specific questions. Ask Daniel. In the pre-polygraph interview, who was the person that came by that house 5 times in the middle of the night? Give him the name. Why was he coming by? Give him the reason. Then in the polygraph, did you see so-and-so, John Doe, if that was the person that came by the night before? Did you see John Doe last night? Yes or no? Was John Doe there to drop off furniture? Yes or no? Does John Doe know what happened to Lily? Does he know what happened to Jack? If the polygraph starts going crazy, you know the questions that they're being evasive on and not telling the truth. Were the kids abused? How did Lily get a black eye the day before she disappears? If it was caused by one of the parents who got angry, Did they get so angry that they caused her some type of injury that may have hurt her seriously? You've got to ask yourself those questions. With what's come out just in the last week on this case, I'm amazed that the RCMP hasn't made an arrest. Truly, I'm amazed. With what they should have gotten off those phones, the case should be closed. Now, when you get a police officer coming out of the police academy and you send him out to interview somebody about child abduction or murder, the person they're interviewing is going to walk all over them because they don't know how to interview somebody who's guilty of a serious crime. The interviewer doesn't know the mannerisms, the eye movement, the hand movement that may indicate guilt or innocence. So if you're somebody from the RCMP in Nova Scotia who hasn't really done a lot of serious cases, I have great doubt that they conducted adequate interviews on this case. And what really worries me, seriously worries me, is that we may never know what happened to Lily and Jack. Friends, I thank you for being here. I'm going to continue to be on this case all the time. I'm always looking for big leads on it. And like I've stated before, I don't know what happened. There are enough flashing yellow lights on this to make me highly concerned about all facets of this investigation, about the people involved, and about the RCMP.
So we'll bring Jack and Lily back up here. Again, I mean, I really liked his thoughts, and I agree with him at the end. Like, I mean, honestly, I'm still amazed that no arrest has been made or something like that in this case, in my opinion. Absolutely. I just, there's obviously a reason for that. We don't know what the answer is, though. Maybe it's because they were a little bit late to the ball on some things, for sure. Still can't get over the cadaver dog thing when he said that. Again, so Daniel had every opportunity to clear up that this was the blanket that has been so famously talked about, where he lied and said it wasn't Lily's. So it's not that big, bright neon pink blanket. This is the actual blanket here of Jack and Lily, or sorry, of Lily's. How would you not recognize this? Right from the get-go, it started off with a lie of this case. Well, I think that the whole timeline myself started off as the lie, but then, you know, Daniel claims that this blanket just, it wasn't there when he was out with his uncles and all that stuff, you know, and said that it was, you know, planted. And that's why he lied, I guess, because he felt like they were trying to entrap him. Why would you even think that, to be honest with you? Janie talks about this blanket, about how she was there when Daniel was putting it into the trash bag.
I don't know if it's Sunny Frozen or me. You can let me know.
Maybe you, because I don't think I'm frozen, actually. I'm not spinning or cycling or anything. It's 27. Anyway, so now, so this is the blanket here. Okay, guys, it got purple towards the bottom, just above the eye cramming shame there. There's purple patterns on it. There's no mistake in this blanket if this is Lily's blanket, okay? Especially if you just saw it, you know, put it into the garbage bag last week and somehow a freaking, like as Daniel puts it, it just grew wings and flew there. Yeah, okay. Why would you lie? Like, seriously, unless you got a guilty conscience, you know, you're going to start off by like, oh, yeah, you know, not sure how that blanket got there. You know, the one that the partial pieces in the garbage here, and somebody obviously on the second, obviously just went, you know what? There you go, Daniel. You know, we're just going to sit there and put it in the blanket. I mean, anyways, okay. Let's talk about Janie. I know you've been wanting to, actually, no. What do you want to talk about first? Janie? Or was Daniel cheating on Malehya? Which one?
I mean, pick your poison, whatever. I mean, we're going
Well,
on 3 hours now.
okay. Well, let's go with Janie first, actually.
I have questions. Like, so okay.
You're lagging. It's you. Charmaine this time. Charmaine, it's you this time.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's normal for Janie to go with her brother on Fridays into town to get groceries. That's normal. Usually, according to Malehya, when the kids get outside, Malehya's words, not mine, when the kids get out, Janie calls her and tells her the kids are out. Jack doesn't have his boots on. Lily doesn't have his coat on. She always calls just to let Malehya know. So those two things that are usual, that are routine, coincidentally that day didn't happen. Janie.
Oh, yeah, Charmaine. Yep. Charmaine's frozen. Hey, Charmaine, you back?
I'm still frozen.
Do you want to go back
so.
out and come back in? See if that helps?
It's not that. It's the internet here at night when everybody's like at home and streaming at home and stuff. It just.
Yeah.
But where was I? I don't want to repeat myself.
Okay. So basically, Janie, so Malehya typically gets a phone call from Janie, and she didn't that day. Also, don't forget that the kids never go outside unsupervised, right? And yet that they not only opened the door, but they closed it as well. So it really kind of is that happened. And then, of course, Malehya gets usually a phone call from Janie. That didn't happen. And then Ron, right? Normally she goes shopping with Ron on Fridays, but she turned him down.
That day.
That day. Yeah.
That to me is a problem.
Absolutely.
We just break routine the day that the kids happen to go missing. That there's something wrong with that. That doesn't happen. In my line of work, we call it the Swiss cheese model, but we can track where things went wrong. And that is not plausible here. And those are my questions for Janie. And also, I'm wondering if it has anything to the pool. So we know that she told certain people that she was filling potholes. And then at some time before her interview, she changed that to a swimming pool. I'm wondering if she got the idea for the swimming pool raking from the fact that Ron put up a pool for his grandkids in mid-June. Is that where you got the idea from, Janie? Just asking. Just kind of popped into my head. So I just want a little bit of clarification. Where did you come up with that? Because we know it's not true. So that's what I wanted to say about Janie.
Well,
or ask Janie.
Yeah. Janie, since your eyes are probably glued to this live as well, maybe you could be unlike your son and correct any misinformation.
Reach out to Kent.
Yep. Tell Kent. Kent's fair. But the bottom line is with all that, right? So it kind of reminds me of the Sebastian Rogers case. Anything that shouldn't have happened did happen this particular day with the kids. Now, again, that Janie did tell Belinda that she was filling potholes. And the same thing goes even in the news articles, same thing. Janie was filling potholes. Now, Janie, again, she's never said anything to Belinda, and there's never been anything said, even out of her mouth, up until her 2.5 hour, talking thing that I have. Again, only then did she bring up about this raking of pool. Belinda and Janie had a conversation after Darren said, well, maybe you two can talk to each other, right? Because there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of animosity going on around the family members here. Remember, we got 3 sets of families that are inclusive to this case. We got of course, Belinda being the paternal grandfather, Cody, her son, being the paternal father of these children. Then we got the Daniel Martell, the Mackenzie side, right? And then we have the Malehya Brooks Murray side on this. So there seems to be a lot of animosity between it all, to be honest with you. And that's really sad, first and foremost. But Belinda talked with Janie, and Janie even then said she said she heard Malehya shush the kids, because her magical ear that always is listening said that to Belinda. Belinda knows what she said. And Belinda said she never said anything about a pool. It was about potholes. And in fact, Daniel was like, well, it's not potholes. It's more, I think, of drainage from the trailer or something like that. That's kind of leaving the little divots and stuff like that. And then it morphs into a pool, right? Out of freaking nowhere on some freaking gravel, right? Again, so it's like, yeah, Janie, so everything that was supposed to be consistent, right? Because bottom line, you guys, it's because it's not true, right? Sonny, didn't someone push Cindy? That was correct. That was Daniel that had pushed Cindy. And again, it's like,
Didn't he say, get the fuck out of here, Cindy?
Yeah, he said get and then sorry. So Lisa wanted to correct herself because when somebody saw something in the chat where she thought she was having an argument with Janet or something like that, or there was somebody, and she was referring to about the F off in the article when Daniel told, well, that's just so precious, right? You know what, mother-in-law, get the fuck off the property, basically. Don't come between me and Malehya, because I need to treat her, of course, and control her and stuff like that, right? So, Daniel, you can fool some of the people some of the time. You can't fool some of the people all of the time. And that's just what it boils down to, right? Your behavior, how you've acted, you act like you're just a narcissist, in my opinion, like full blown, like someone that just really is clueless. It's it's kind of like, it's kind of weird to watch people that seem to have, issues, mental health issues going on or something. This narcissistic tendency, it's crazy to watch it and to know exactly what's happening, and that he actually believes in his own lies, and I know that that's common, that they do, and they'll try to morph it into a twist and a spin, which he has, and I'm not a doctor, but I'm just saying that in my opinion, I feel like I'm seeing narcissistic tendencies myself 1,000%. It's a weird shit to watch this happen. Again, I was talking with someone online for a couple of years, thinking I was like, almost like being their little godsend. I felt like trying to come in and help them. And I didn't realize about all these personality disorders and stuff, and then I got to know a lot about these, clusters and, different stuff. And that's why even too, when Malehya says, well, they possibly have autism, Like, why are you even going to bring that up? You might, unless you're going to say that, they probably ventured off into water, but it was just, okay. One of the things, Charmaine, that when I was listening to the Scanner radio again yesterday, um, on Evil Exists, I was listening to his because I was just trying to go through the footage because, there's the footage of the picture without the logs there and the picture with all the logs at the fence rope, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, we got to talk about that as well. We got to talk about that as well. Um, Shit, now I just lost my train of thought of what we were talking about. Oh, well, I was talking about, that relationship online, but holy fuck. Holy fuck. So to watch someone to me like Daniel, that literally, it's like how somebody feels about Kent. I'll put it that way, right? That, he has, something to say pretty much about everything we say. There's something for him to say, right? Um, and again, Kent, I'm not trying to use you as a bad example here. I'm not. But that's what it feels like with Daniel. No matter what he says, he's always got some thing to try to twist it back. And it's just like, dude, you've dug yourself a grave. Like, how much deeper can you go already? Right? But it's so uncanny watching in the midst of a case that this weird personality emerges and you are sitting there going, you're looking at this, and I was looking at this from quite a while ago, and you too, but you're watching it and you're like, is this really happening? Like, two children are missing? Is this really playing out like this? Like, somebody is so obsessed with how great they are and how, Malehya is basically the dog shit of a mother. I'm just saying that loosely, of course. I do quickly, Charmaine, I want to go back because I didn't realize this until I was I no, I probably heard it, but Belinda says, the ones that store the logs, she said it was empty. There was nothing in it. What do you think?
What?
Yeah, yeah. The shed. That shed had nothing in it, she said. And I was like, wait, what? Doesn't that just kind of even add to the fact that something was probably in there and possibly that this vehicle going back and forth was trying to hide shit? I mean, I'm just talking about speculation here. But it was empty, she said. And she says, and I found that odd because you're looking at this decrepit place outside, right, with our freaking child's trap, and you think you would be storing some of that stuff in there. But she said it was empty. Empty. What is that? What do you think about that?
Are we talking about like a shed on the property?
The one that had the wood in it. One second, let me see. Wait, I gotta find a picture. 1 second. Wait, what? Let me just. I know I have these pictures, but I have them mostly on my iPad right now. I mean, I do have them here. I'm just trying to. It's really hard to see because these pictures are very small on the computer when I'm looking at them. Oh my God! Come on now. You know what? The one beside the swing set. The one beside the hens.
I mean, the one like that all of the wood is piled up against?
Yeah. Come on.
So
Why can't I find a picture of this? I have it.
So all the wood was taken out of that shed and piled up under the swing set?
Yeah, the one with the tin roof here, the brown roof. Like, meaning so she was there when Belinda was there, right? she said that there was like nothing in there. And she said it seemed odd to her because why would there be nothing in there? Like, why would it be empty? I mean, you got all this shit on the property, and yet she said there was nothing in there.
But I mean, devil's advocate, she got there on Saturday, so it's possible that the RCMP on Friday wanted that cleaned out.
Oh, no, I
See
don't
if the
see that.
kids were in there, and maybe all of the wood that we see under that swing set to make it an area that couldn't be played in. Maybe all that came out of that shed Friday for the RCMP search.
Gren. Yeah, I'm not buying that. You're gonna walk in there, and for the wood that we saw, you're not hauling that out to sit there and go see if there's two kids in there. I'm not buying that. What I'm gonna buy is that perhaps it was a little, little druggy space, perhaps, and that was part of the cleanup. That's more what I would see from it, because you're not going to go in there with two kids and go, oh well, let me just move these 20 pieces of log to see if the kids are, you might move a few, but
I don't even think it was more than 20. And Donna, yeah, that was all alleged and not accurate.
What?
That Justin Martell was living in the shed and that he had given Jack black eye.
What? What the? What?
No.
Who said that?
No. Donna just did. And she said, of course, this was alleged. And alleged, no.
That's just beyond ridiculous, actually, to be honest with you. Come on, Donna. No. Wait. Here we go. The house was full of recyclables, and I wondered why they weren't bagged up and put in the shed. Well, because maybe it was used for some. I mean, this is just speculation here, but I'm just trying to put the whole night together of, Daniel flickering on and off the lights of Lily and Jack. 12:30 or 12 o'clock, goes to bed. I'm just trying to put the whole night together. Vehicle, someone that is said to not only use, but according to Wade, sell it and make it. Now, in saying that, we don't know. This is just speculation. But something happened to those damn kids. We know that, right? We know that. So
they didn't vaporize.
No. Now, okay, now let's go to the other thing. Let's go to, was Daniel cheating on, now without kind of using certain names, because we don't know, it was just kind of, so was Daniel cheating on Malehya? And I just want to put that to the thing first. I said that, and then you guys 55% yes in a heartbeat, narcissist. 8% said no, never, loves her too much. 17% would bet my bottom dollar. Nope, well, maybe rolls dice. Type of thing. That's kind of like the I don't know answer. So let's just get into that for a second here, because I'll let you explain. And besides using Malehya's name, perhaps, and Daniel's, maybe just keep the other name. I mean, we've already said it. Go ahead. However you want to do it.
Well, there was allegedly a text conversation. Somebody, and there's two versions of this. So the first version is that a text conversation with Malehya started on Wednesday, where somebody was basically outing Daniel for cheating on her. And that's what sparked the argument that happened Wednesday evening into Thursday and continued on. And then the second version that I heard was that somebody actually sent Malehya a text on Saturday while the search was going on, letting her know that Daniel had cheated on her. And I think that person was trying to insinuate that could have had something to do with what pushed Malehya to leave so quickly. But those are the two versions of that I heard.
So your second version would be exactly what same thing I heard as well. The second version.
Yeah.
On the 3rd. And so, is that what prompted Malehya to basically just like imagine though, right? That the second the children are missing, and then on the 3rd, you get a text saying that Daniel Martell is cheating on you in the midst of what's happened on the 2nd. What do you think about that? I mean, would you put it past Daniel Martell to cheat on Malehya? By just
no, and the fact is no. And if that did happen on Saturday, if we really truly think about it, we have no idea what went on in that house Thursday night, overnight. We have no idea what went on inside that house Friday night into Saturday. So it wouldn't surprise me at all that all it would take, depending on if there was suspicious activity or argument or anything that went on Thursday night into Friday night into Saturday, that text message could have pushed Malehya to be like, I'm out of here.
Now,
because there's other things that we're not talking about, that we're not total speculation that would not help find Jack and Lily. So that's why I say that. But,
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, was there an argument, that happened that day prior or not? Does Daniel come off like he's a weasel? Yeah. By the messages from Malehya and the way he spoke.
And maybe if Malehya did find out and she was, sorry, I froze again.
One thing about narcissists that I personally learned is that they do a whole push-pull technique, right? They basically, whatever, say something to you, and then they basically turn around and love zap you again. And this happens over and over again. Now, when they feel like they're, how's the word I want to use? When they feel like their cup isn't full anymore, then because they need, okay, and I'm not saying Daniel is, in my opinion, he is, but I'm just saying that the one thing I did learn about narcissists especially is because like they need this fulfillment to push and pull, a way of controlling and stuff like that. And then when somebody either they're not meeting the narcissist criteria anymore, that they'll basically, look for it elsewhere as well, because they need this fulfillment of somebody that they can push and pull, right? So don't know, maybe Daniel, you can confirm or deny one of the two, because this has been pretty prevalent, and the reason why I never talked about it much was because this was information that was given to Charmaine, and I didn't know the whole ins and outs of this conversation per se. Again, sometimes it's kind of like this. Let me put it this way. It's something that was definitely said to Charmaine. Is she going to show the receipts for this? No, because she kept a promise, that we're not going to show the information. So whether it's true or not, it has been said multiple times about this. Could I see Daniel? You know what? I can't put anything past Daniel. I'm gonna put it at that. I don't put anything past Daniel. To me, he's a narcissist. He's full of himself, right? Again, he absolutely, to me, epitomizes the narcissistic personality. Somebody that feeds off of control because of their own inadequacies and shit like that, and they need the fulfillment of love bombing, whatever you want to call it. And maybe Malehya and him, maybe Malehya, like I said, she was going to leave a couple months, earlier and stuff like that. Um, actually, I'll just say this because it reminds me of the relationship with Dion, the abusive, controlling one, the one that too as well told me what to wear. So I had told Dion that I would, when I was sick and tired of I was just sick and tired of the abuse, to be honest with you. I was like 26 at this point. I felt like I had a lot of life to live, and I felt like I just couldn't do it anymore, right? That I mattered too. And I didn't, I was always too busy worrying about what everybody else thought. But anyways, so this one day I walk in it's one those sliding glass doors, there was not so quiet ones. I walk in there and he says something to me. Whatever he said, don't remember. I just said, you know what? I'm done. I'm finished. I'm over it. Right. And it's because I'll admit that there was somebody giving me attention, but it was one of those people that came in. He played in baseball. He kept hitting on me. Didn't matter if it was in front of my husband or not, because me and Dion were married for 2 years out of the 11-year relationship. But anyways, so it really felt nice to have someone pay attention to me. I had lots. I mean, I did, but I never even looked at other people. But I got so tired of it, and I thought it was kind of cute that he was so blatant. He was from Mexico or something. Anyways, he was so blatant in his flirting and stuff like that. But I just realized that I deserve so much more for myself. But anyways, I walk in. He says this to me. Now, I didn't find out till after the fact that when I left Dion. But, he was there screwing another chick at his job, type of idea. I always put my trust in people till I find out differently. My sister-in-law at the time told me that he was screwing the secretary at the graveyard because he mowed the lawn and stuff like that. And again, so, I mean, it doesn't shock me. I wasn't giving him what he required. I guess, well, obviously I said I was leaving him, but I don't know how much he cheated on me actually before that. Didn't actually give two fucks, to be honest with you. At that point, I just literally didn't care, but I kind of went back to that in my head when I'm thinking about, Daniel, like, is he a dirty dog or not? But did something happen the night before that Malehya was going to leave him regardless? And then, right. And then if he's going to try to have control, maybe take out the two things that are probably a pain in his ass, probably money wise, probably, I just don't get this. I don't get this beautiful feeling from Daniel that he just did everything for the kids and that he adored them, that he was this amazing stepdaddy-o and stuff like that. I think that what he cared about was him, Meadow, and Malehya. But again, the reason about bringing that up with Daniel is there a possibility he was? Is there a possibility she was? I don't know. But I just wonder if any of that.
And more importantly, does it could it possibly play a role in what happened here and why they're being so protective of the truth?
Right. I mean, so it's not like it's factual, but what Charmaine said there about the third, like I said, separately, same thing. I heard that. So I believe that is true myself. But I mean, my thing about that, Charmaine, still is though, like, it's not like it was days into the case where you got these fucking weirdo trolls, sending off a message, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, usually if it's more farther gone, but we're only talking about the next day that somebody is sending off this message, the third. I think
Yeah,
that,
and if somebody was worried, if there were red flags and somebody thought, "Oh my God, those kids are missing," no different than the CPS worker sending that memo the day the kids went missing because she recognized the names and knew that there was going to be an issue, right? No different. So when you see this and you hear this, if you know something, maybe it was a friend or somebody closer that sent Malehya this text message to let her know. And like I said, we don't know any of the collateral information that could have happened inside that house overnight or during Thursday night or whatever that could have maybe been, causing other red flags in Malehya's mind as well. So all of it together. And if you think of like how a narcissist, like Sunny was saying earlier, but to dig further into that narcissist way of thinking, it would kill a narcissist to lose what he thinks is his.
Right.
And how would they, if this is it, if this is the end and they fucked up and they just think, you know what, I did it, it's not a big deal, let's get over it. How could they possibly convince their partner to stay with them?
Right.
It would be next to impossible unless they need you for something, some kind of a tragedy, something terrible happened and they need them. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah. Well, the last thing I'm going to say is that if anybody even remotely is with this type of personality, you fucking run like Forrest Gump from that relationship. I'm telling you right now, it is so unhealthy. Going through it, like I said, myself but more so in that one situation with this online guy named Aaron, holy fucking destructive to your mind, to your mental health. This push-pull gaslighting bullshit that they do. Honestly, the people that are the most giving or most empathetic, these people will attach to you like a bunch of fucking leeches and they won't let go. And you'll sit there and you'll have your heart freaking twisted and twisted. Push, pull, don't leave. No, I'm leaving you. Like Malehya says. Malehya said in her thing, right, is that, Daniel would hold her down the phone whenever she said she was leaving. And again, kind of like, what I went through with Dion. How many times could that man have said sorry after he, pushed me into the toilet or the bathtub, actually the toilet as well. And then I ended up in the bathtub, to be honest with you, on that particular one. But how many times can they literally do this? And then all of a sudden we forgive them and stuff like that. But I'm telling you right now, anyone's in a narcissistic personality where they always twist it back on you, make you feel like you're the one, and they sit there and kind of control you in every which way. Get the fuck out of that relationship. I'm telling you right now, it is going to do nothing but break you down and tear away every sort of dignity that you thought that you had. And it's just going to strip you away little by little by little. It will strip you away. Again, live that enough. And sorry, but this is where I'm advocating now for domestic violence people and narcissistic people. Just run. Like I said, they attach to the kind-hearted people. And, who knows? Who the hell knows, honestly, with this case. I know that there's lying going on. I know that there's mistruths. I think that we're getting closer to the truth. And Danielle, again, you're gonna sit there and pretend like you're not watching and stuff like that, but you're gonna be watching a lot. That article that came out for both you and Malehya, that was a lot of damage to what already people were feeling about you both and about how parents act. and how they do not act. You are a class act of how not to advocate for the missing children, and these children that were underneath your guys' care. Yeah, you're both are an embarrassment. I'm sorry, but it's about Jack and Lily, and you guys seem to have made it about yourselves. And in my opinion, protecting your own asses. Think about Jack and Lily, but no, but you're not going to, right? Because you're going to be too worried about saving your own asses, in my opinion, about the truth of where Jack and Lily are, what happened to them, right? I don't feel at all that these children are with us still, um, right? If you want to live on a hope, prayer, and a miracle, and have probably less than 5%, even less than that chance that that's likely, it's more unlikely that that has happened here. This is absolutely cover up. 3 months and 10 days has gone by, and you think that you honestly that these children wouldn't have been digitally picked up, someone wouldn't have spoke out and said something, right? So, Charmaine, what's the chances that you think that these children were somehow given away or trafficked for money?
0.
I'll give 5%.
Not a chance. Absolutely not. 0.
It's so unlikely.
1%, I guess, because it's not good to deal in certainties. Whatever. 1%. Didn't happen.
What I wish for myself is that the families would come all together that want truth and justice for Jack and Lily and speak out. Speak out for Jack and Lily. We know certain family members have said certain things along the way. But if Malehya and Daniel, like Daniel, don't get me wrong, this man thinks that he's been speaking out. Unfortunately, his own words have cost him any sort of redemption to me at all. There's no redeeming yourself after the amount of lies, inconsistencies, mistruths, and just watching this gameplay and going on. You guys, again, it speaks volumes when somebody uses social media and they will not join anybody's live, and yet they act like they're in control of, well, I'm going to give the news droplets, I'm going to wait for my Netflix deal and stuff like that, and make a mockery out of Jack and Lily's case by saying stupid shit like that. But when you watch him, right, like we do, and you watch him pop in and out of different chats, trying to push his information, right? Well, he was fighting a losing battle, okay? Because the tides had turned. A lot of people were trying to buy into this whole hidden stuff. But as time has gone on and they keep seeing Daniel, for who he is, that favor changed dramatically. And almost every live, 76%, basically just thought that Daniel is a liar. And, you can't believe pretty much anything he's saying on this. And so, but when you watch this, okay, and again, for people that are going to sit there, well, guess Cassie didn't come on your live. Grab some fucking brain cells. I'm talking about anyone's live. I'm talking about anyone's platform. And all he wants to do is try to get you guys. He wants to sell his shit to you guys so that acting like he's telling the truth. He doesn't realize. Sorry, Daniel, but the truth is the truth here, okay, dude? You have had so many inconsistencies, the stupid shit that comes out of your mouth about, I shouldn't be speaking so much. I shouldn't, but then on top of that, to watch you use the true crime community to try to sell your shit, and then you won't ever come up on somebody's panel. I know the game you're playing. If other people are blinded by it, I am not. I see right through exactly what you were doing, even to the point that you were wanting to give this, oh, Sonny, let me just give off this big ass long spiel, which within saying that, again, more inconsistencies. And you're just doing it to yourself, Daniel. And if you don't think that the police and RCMP are literally watching every dang move that you make, you can guarantee you got to come on. You know what? If you can just pull your narcissist ass aside for a second, my opinion, you are so dumb to think that the RCMP aren't watching everything you guys are doing. Everything. Why? Because do you honestly think we're just YouTube crimers covering true crime? You're playing with RCMP that deal with liars, cases all the time, but you keep telling yourself that they've befriended you and that they tell you all this information. Keep telling yourself that, right? And in my opinion, like I said, the truth is going to be told, and when it's told, you're not going to be bouncing in and out of social media because you're going to be somewhere else. Go ahead, Sherman.
I mean, you kind of said it all. It's frustrating, but like I said earlier, we are not going to stop. There's absolutely no excuse for changing stories, lying, making shit up off the cuff, Janie, moving your routine, your daily routine to something that it's inexplicable. The kids go missing on the day you decide to break every routine that you have. So it's all bothering me a lot. And Daniel, everybody knows very well what I think of Daniel, and I'm done asking Daniel to clarify. I just want to know one thing. Why aren't you looking for your kids? That's my only question anymore.
Yeah, stop coming.
Other than that, I got nothing to say to any of them.
Mm-hmm. It's a heartbreaking story to watch. There are people out there that care, but you know what? Yep. What we would love to see is voices for Jack and Lily. Voices for Jack and Lily. That's it. Children are everything. But in that scanner audio tape, by the way, I remember the one police guy saying, the parents have stated that the children would not cross the road, right? And I just distinctly remember that. So how would you know that? I mean, they are always supervised when they go out, right? But it was just when you listen to it on the scanner, and it's like the parents said that the children did not cross the road, or it was something similar to that. And I'm just going, well, how do you know? How do you know? How would you know? Why would you think that? You didn't think that they'd go off into the woods, So if they're standing at the end of the street, so what do you mean that they wouldn't have gone across the road? That's because we know the truth lies at this home that's in front of you with a bunch of people that can't tell the truth because they're hiding something. And you know what? Again, you can sell ice to the Eskimos all you want, but even they wouldn't buy your shit either because it's just a bunch of BS. Simple. To watch this play out as a mother, hold on, my bad. Okay, we'll put that back up there. At the sake of these two children, the sake of this, and you're still going to hold on to your BS timeline. You don't think that the RCMP have that number? They got you dialed in. I'm telling you right now, they're dialing you. They got your number. They got your number, Daniel. It's actually comical in a weird way to watch someone think that they're way smarter than the RCMP. And it's just a matter to me of time, in my opinion, before the nails that stick out the furthest get the hammer, is what I see. Right. You can't trust anyone who's always trying to, right? But you know what? This is the ridiculous part, okay? Daniel, unless you finally decided to actually give up and you're just starting to watch, you know, given time, given time, if we aren't relentless on Daniel's bullshit, he'll come back out. He'll pop in as if nothing ever happened. You know what? Just trying to put out the truth. That the children, the clothes that they're wearing, it's truly not the clothes that they were wearing. But I mean, there was this one particular thing that he said. I mean, I do hope you have access to the bestest lawyers, like you said. I mean, I really truly do on that
The
one.
best public defenders.
Yeah.
Correction. He said the best public
No,
defenders.
and not unless he said that in a different one. But that's not what he said in the clipping that I have. It was, I have access to the best lawyers. That's it. So
Mhm.
if he said it again, then
He
so
did.
be it. Okay.
He did, and
Well,
clarified it was legal aid, like public defenders. Yeah.
oh, okay. So yeah, I really truly do hope you have access to the best lawyers, in my opinion, on this one. Again, why do you even? I mean, how many times can we say this? It's so ridiculous to keep even saying this. Because how many times can you listen to bullshit? Right? It's bullshit. You know, it's what I would typically call a lying sack of shit. Um, and it's ridiculous. Two children are missing, and they want to sit there and tell a bunch of bull BS. I mean, not so much Malaya, but I mean, I think her actions speak louder than her, by what she's doing and what she has done as well. And when the question was posed to her about, do you think Daniel could have done something, kind of like what she said to Belinda in those messages, her answer was no, no. All I see that is two
Um,
people covering up.
I gotta
Well,
go.
yeah, it's okay.
I
I gotta
gotta
go.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
Emergency.
Yes, Rob, the answer to your question is yes. And I will see y'all in chat. If Sunny stays around for much longer, I'll be in chat, but I gotta go deal with a couple of things. And
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Charmaine. Thanks, Ken.
okay,
Yeah,
bye.
goodbye. Have a good night. Thank you, guys. Yeah, they go to court in September. Well, you know what? So let's be sleuthers and figure it out ourselves, I guess, if we have to. Yeah. We just need some truth bombs coming our way about what truly happened that night. And again, I'll plead to Malaya over Daniel, because Daniel, you know, that's just pointless. But I'll plead to Malaya. Tell the truth about what happened to your babies, these beautiful babies. Prove it. You want them to come home? Prove it. Right? You know the answer, Malaya. You're not kidding anybody, to be honest with you. And I'm not trying to be hard. It's just bullshit. What you've portrayed and what I don't even want to talk about Daniel anymore. I just want to vomit, to be honest with you, with all the bullshit that he does. Again, take their timeline, right? And just toss it out the window. Checkmate on your timeline. Doesn't make sense. RCMP, no, it doesn't make sense. RCMP, um, they got your number, But again, why is it? Why is it that this case is going on? They're missing something. They need our help. $150,000 up for grabs, right? They need something. They need something. And maybe they were off the ball because they were so focused on the woods that they forgot to maybe, you know, care about some other things, like perhaps some cameras in the neighborhood and stuff like that. I feel like they dropped the ball. I don't know why there wasn't a cadaver dog. It's not. I don't feel like at all it's because they were missing, so we're not going to include cadaver dogs. Um, again, kind of like David said, first thing you do, you bring in the dogs. Absolutely, you bring in the dogs. Okay, you bring in the cadaver dog, and you bring in the scent dogs, right? The bloodhounds. So I do feel like possibly that they did drop the ball. They know it, but I do not think for 1 second that they're not working their asses off for this case. Could be totally wrong. Maybe they were on the ball the whole entire time. A lot of times that happens, guys. A lot of times with cases, especially when they hold them close to their vest, a lot of times what seems like what's happening, or how we see it, isn't actually what's happening, right? I mean, that happens all the time when cases like the Koberger case and stuff like that. A lot of times, things that you think that they're not doing, um, then once the actual story comes out, right? Or here, not like United States, we'd be hearing the 911 call, we'd be seeing any video footage off of the police cameras. You know, I do wish we were more transparent like that, but children, again, I don't know why. There needs to be a difference when children go missing, how that they are instantly, right? Anyone on that property, you get the fuck off to the road, and we're going to sit there and bring in the dogs, and we're going to make sure that that scene is not contaminated. Why is that not the norm, to be honest with you, considering they know the statistics show that family members and that have everything. Look at uh, Jaden Spicer there, right? His own mother takes his own life. Harmony Montgomery, the stepdad in the Maddie Soto case. There's so many cases, guys. I mean, honestly, I could sit here and reel off a list of them and stuff like that. Sebastian Rogers, why did the police fail him as well, right? It was a contaminated crime scene. Same thing here, right? If those cadaver dogs aren't brought in right away, just to get a scent, if there is a scent of death, right? Well, then everything that was asked, according to Daniel, was everything to do about the kids being dead. Did you murder Jack and Lily? Did you have something to do with them, right? Everything. You guys know just by all the stuff that's going on. This isn't kids missing in the woods. This isn't children that got abducted by a stranger. This is somebody who lied about a blanket that was clearly Lily's, clearly had. How could you not? You put that blanket in the garbage and you think that somebody pulled it out so they could plant it against Daniel Martell. Again, misdirection. Look over here, right? And then point over here. And that might have been what Daniel and Malehya's story was, right? Is because, I mean, to sit there and say that these children are hidden, right? I mean, oops, can't find them. No proof. So were these kids failed in a lot of ways? I think so. I think that they were. But at the end of the day, right? Jack and Lily missing. But again, if I feel like Malehya is lying and Daniel is lying, in my opinion, then again, what plan was hatched that this was going to be like well, I'm going to do this, but over here, type of thing. I still think that Malehya is covering for Daniel because of the consequences that she will have to face herself and the loss of Meadow, that she would lose everything. I think she darn right knows exactly what happened to the kids, in my opinion. And in my opinion, again, you know what, Daniel? Like I said, you can make it all about yourself all day fucking long, like you constantly do. You can bash Malehya all day long. But I think it's about, I still think this is about two people. Actually, more. Hi, Janie. How you doing tonight, Janie? Got your Facebook open, your Temu. Got some extra shop. I bet you Janie herself is having some pretty good anxiety, because you guys are all a bunch of freaking liars, in my opinion. None just. Yeah. Well, again, we don't know the truth, but I definitely think that Malehya knows the truth. And yeah, he's covering his ass, and he's making it seem like, you know what? I know what truly happened. And you know what? Malehya took off on me, right? And I think Malehya did take off for the fact that she knew that the children weren't coming back. I do. I think that she knows exactly what happened, but I think that the fear of the repercussions of her um, knowing the truth is what she's scared of. Now, again, she's, you know, saying Daniel's controlling, he's this, he's that, he's all these things, but I don't think Daniel would do anything. I disagree. I disagree. And I believe that drugs were involved, in my opinion. I think this definitely probably had something to do with drugs. And I don't know if I'm going to say that it's accidental or not accidental. And it was a way to eliminate what I would think of as maybe two thorns in your asses, and at 12 o'clock at night, flickering the light off and on. I think that's truthfully where the timeline begins there. And from 12 to 5, a vehicle, because Daniel talks about 11:30 when he went to bed and then he got up because he had to go to the bathroom. How many people said, that's weird, you flick on and off the light? Again, where does the truth begin, and the lies all start in this? Bottom line is, what's Jess saying there, Belinda? Hi, Thumper. Dog, your phone okay now? Yeah. Like, what about this mysterious dog that Belinda knows was not the dog there? What about that dog? Right? I'm not sure what was said up there. Absolutely. Oh, okay, Belinda. This isn't something that Belinda wants to keep dealing with all the time, or other family members, right? Belinda's been a voice for Jack and Lily, from the get-go. And, she's, gives accolades there to Daniel for pissing her off enough, um, you know, acting like he was the only person and stuff like that. But, sometimes whatever it takes, right? Right, Belinda? To get someone pissed off to go, you know what? I'm going to speak up, because she knows, like everybody else knows, she knows that the truth wasn't being told. It didn't take too long to see that was going on. And I feel so bad. I feel so bad for any family members that are Jack and Lily's, a part of their lives, for any teachers, friends, all that stuff. I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for you that you guys have to literally watch a shit show involving two beautiful children. It is utterly heartbreaking staring at these two beautiful faces, and how that they could not feel somewhat of a conscience. Telling the truth. The first one to tell the truth, right? Malehya, the first one to tell the truth is the one that gets the best deal. Cleanse your soul of some have some truth bombs coming out now. You're not fooling anybody. You might fool some of the people too, as some of the time, but you're not fooling all, like so many people, so many thousands of people. Sorry. We don't got the word lollipop stuck to our forehead, with the big sucker. Not buying it. We're not. Sad that we have to be Jack and Lily's voices louder than the parents. Yeah. Yeah, she needs some smudging. You need some definite smudging. Go smudge yourself, Malehya, and then come pull out the truth. Yeah. First one to talk, first one to walk. You know? On there. All right. Well, you know what? It's almost 4 hours. So we'll just kind of pull up your guys' comments for a sec. I'm just going to turn off my camera for a sec. I'm just going to pull up your comments. Absolutely, right? One in the comments, do you think that they were both doing rugs? One for yes, two for no. Do you feel like both Malehya and Daniel, in your opinion, were doing drugs? One for yes, two for no. So one for yes, two for no. Okay. No, we aren't Vancouver, are we? Thanks, Belinda. A lot of ones. I'd say more ones than two. I bet you any money. I bet you any money that Malehya's feeling sorry for herself, to be honest with you. I think she's looking at her life and realizing the disaster it has become. You know? And it has, honestly. It has. I bet you any money that she never thought that she'd be sitting where she is today. When you play with fire, you get burnt. Though, thing is that you can fix. You can fix this, or you guys can keep hiding the truth, in my opinion. But I think darn well that you're sitting there, just unless someone's, again, let's go with Kent. If somebody has them hidden, she's living her good life. I think that again, there's just too much there, like for these children to be hidden, especially on the reserve. Okay, I'm gonna just call that outright bullshit, to be honest with you. As for the children to be sold, trafficked, I think that is absolutely very unlikely as well. Um, unless of course these children are a hindrance and there's no attachment. But I can't see that at all. Really, realistically, you would have to have like all these moving parts, like Daniel said, for this to happen, this to happen, this to happen, that happened, this, that, and this, and that nobody spoke up at all. Stuff like that. No, 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 no. Um, Children deserve so much more. So much more. Possibly. Kind of torn on that, to be honest with you. I mean, so Belinda's already said that Cody was into drugs, so that's not a secret. And then Daniel, you know, I mean, I find it hard to believe that she didn't. I would think as a mother, well, I would think a lot of things as a mother. You wouldn't catch that shit around my children in your case. She knew that he was doing it. She put the children at risk by her own actions. And I tell you, I get. Sorry, YouTube plays that. Half of my income comes off of ads. YouTube, that's how YouTube makes their money. They make it off of 30% of super chats and memberships and everything else, and they make their money off of ads. And it's only on medium, to be honest with you. It's not even on high. But ads are what built YouTube. So if you're going to complain about ads, then maybe you should throw out some expense there to having YouTube Premium, like I got, where you don't see stupid ads. I mean, honestly, it's one of the best things, right? I hate ads. Hate them. Yep, she did. Like I said, bet you any money she's like kind of wallowing in her own pity, going, how the fuck did my life get here? Daniel's not. Daniel's like, I did nothing wrong at all, and I'm working the hardest. I'm doing everything for Jack and Lily, you know. He sees it in a whole different light. Yep. Truth is going to come out. Truth will come out for Jack and Lily. But again, you guys, if you guys are going to come watch the live stream, all that we ask is that you do hit that like for Jack and Lily. Again, we are their voices. They don't have voices, right? Well, I mean, they do. They have Belinda, right? They have Chelsea in here, right? There are some voices out there for Jack and Lily, you know. But we have to be their strongest voice. Right, Belinda? Right, Chelsea? Right, Charmaine? Right, Kent? Okay. We are at 3:59 and 45 seconds. Let's play the original video on our way out. Yeah. Two beautiful children. Isn't that just crazy, though, looking at these two children on your screen and knowing that one moment they're there, right? They get up, you know, play outside in the yard. I'm not talking about Friday, by the way, you know. Lily, like I pointed out, right, has a black eye on Wednesday, right? On Wednesday's a Pro D Day. Thursday, you know darn well that these children were called in sick, right? Lily's cough my ass. Lily's black eye, absolutely. You don't want CPS back at your door because you know, right? You know. Act like these children went off in the woods, my ass. Act like these children just, well, I mean, Janie and that, they said it themselves, you know? No way. No way a stranger abduction. It's like, It's honestly, it's like, do we write a book on Idiots 101 on this stuff? The stuff that they don't realize what they're saying with timelines. And just with that, you literally have said, right? Daniel's trying to make you all believe that that Malehya, that Cindy, that no friend, some friend literally came into the trailer, you know, and took Lily and Jack. You know, were all their clothes missing for them to be hidden? Or did they say, you know what, fuck it. We're just going to buy them a bunch of new clothes. You know what? Let's make sure that we take Lily's backpack, though. Why? Why? Why Lily's backpack? You know? What, we're all going to stuff Jack and Lily's stuff in that one backpack? You know? Bye, kids. Just going to sell you. You know, at 10 grand a pop. No. Mm-mm. Janie herself said that these children could not, because she's lived there 26 years. She's telling the truth there, people. She's lived in that freaking love vehicle there in the trailer for 26 years. She knows those roads like the back of her hand. Absolutely, Janie. I believe you when you say that. I believe you, Janie, when you say that there's no way that these kids were abducted. There's no way I'm going to ever believe that these two children with scent dogs, right? And within a matter of 20-minute timeline that they are trying to sell us, right? Remember the famous 20-minute timeline? I mean, like I said, we could go through this all day long, how it's just bullshit. But their own words, 20 minutes, right? There's no way that these children are walking down the damn ass street and then, oh, let me just put my bare footprint here. Oh, let me just throw a blanket and start walking this way. A 6 and a 4-year-old, people, in 20 minutes time. And you're not going to find them in a vehicle walking down the road? So some stranger just randomly drives by and says, whoa, two luscious children. You know, the one person that comes down the road. Because honestly, if they were walking down the road, it would have to be the first vehicle that even saw them. Because any other normal human adult that saw a 6 and 4-year-old walking down the road, they would be sitting there looking in their mirror going, what the fuck? Okay? They'd be stopping. So there's no way one vehicle managed to take these children that suddenly, that the dogs couldn't pick up, that Jack took off his boot, put a footprint right there in the freaking mud. And then on the land that's moist and raining that morning, here it is right here, guys. Here, a set of footprints right here. Right here in this pothole thing. Right here. This is where it is. You're telling me that there's no fresh... Janie, what were you raking? Come on, Janie. It wasn't for the pool. Right? But you had to make it seem like you were raking for something. Right, Janie? Raking away all the frickin' other footprints to make it look like, oh my God, that these children were just taken away. Like, it's like Dumb and Dumber and Dumbest. But here you go. You know, let's just magically think that while Daniel and Malehya are sleeping, and Daniel clearly couldn't have heard the kids playing in the playground. He couldn't have heard that, right, guys? Because he himself said that he wasn't by no means in a deep sleep. Yeah, okay, right there again, give it a fucking rest, right? Two children go out the door, slam it, or go close it. Ha, ha. You're not in a deep sleep. You said it yourself, but you're so stupid. You keep saying shit that contradicts the natural occurrence of two children being outside and that you're not in a deep sleep. You got Malehya sitting there saying 6:18 to 6 freaking 9:40. that you were sleeping the entire time. But you say that Lily woke you up. You say that Lily came in the room a few times. Oh, me too. Oh, you say that you can hear Jack in the kitchen, right? Like I said, Malehya has you out like a light from frickin' 6:18 to 9:40. I ask Malehya, I tell Daniel, and they both went on to talk about the door. You don't think that's odd? You guys don't think that's odd? That's two people are trying to tell a story? Why can't I go on Janie? Why am I not? I can go on Janie. Why? Why not? Why not? Why? Why? What's so special about Janie? Just asking, Diana. Why should I leave Janie out of this? Her own bullshit story is bullshit as well. What's so special about Janie? Because you don't believe Daniel and Malehya, but you believe Janie? Because she's a heartbroken grandmother that heard the kid shush, then retracted it, that said she was doing potholes? Janie knows exactly what the hell was going on in that home. Yeah? And she makes her kids shit shine like fucking gold bars coming out of his ass. Hi, Jane. No, no, no. What do you mean because she may not have heard the kids? That's not her story. No, she swears on her freaking brother's life and her kid's life or something like that. However she worded it. No. I ain't taking it easy on Janie. What the heck? Because she may not have heard the kids? No. She said completely that she heard the kids. Yeah. Come on now. I got 2 hours and 37 minutes of listening to her freaking bitch and whine about the grandmother. Absolutely. No, come on, Diana. I don't know why all of a sudden this whole thing. She stated multiple times how she heard the kids, right? Except for her timeline didn't make sense, and it didn't mesh with anything else. Because these people don't know how to tell the truth. I'm going to go hard on them all. To be honest with you. You don't think that if there was a vehicle going in and out of their thing, perhaps, at nighttime? You don't think Janie's dog heard that? Or Janie? Absolutely. Absolutely. She didn't hear those kids after 9 o'clock. She didn't hear shit after 9. Have you not listened? Sorry, but have you not paid attention to the fact of what Janie has said and what Daniel has said and what Malehya has said? Yeah. What's a gabapentin? These babies are in the woods, in my opinion, and both parents know. So does Janie, and I believe Justin does too. Now, when Belinda says that, I'm pretty sure she's referring to the fact that they're in the woods but not alive. Is that correct, Belinda? Yeah. I don't know much about Justin. Diana, come on. You want some of my brain cells? Seriously? Come on. Okay. What? Diana, come on now. How old are you? You're not, right? Come on. If you're following this case, what she said was she heard the kids playing. I'm sorry to pick on you, but come on. It's with these type of comments that you wonder sometimes how people get up in the morning and fucking chew bubble gum at the same time. All right? Come on now. She said she heard the kids, that she swears on her life. She heard the kids. What she said she didn't hear was Lily saying, "Come on, Jackie boy. Come on, Jackie boy." And then she went on to fabricate the story more by saying that she came out and she saw Malehya standing there with Meadow as if she had a guilty look, as if somehow Malehya put these two children into a vehicle during that timeline. Okay? Like, seriously, get with the story properly on that. No offense, but come on now. If you're following the case, you know exactly what was said. I know exactly what was said. Yeah? You can't jump over a few spots and say, well, she didn't hear Jackie boy. I know. That's because she's saying that somehow Malehya, her family or whatever, came and took the two children. That's why she didn't hear them. She also was stupid enough to say that if it was a new car that pulled up to the trailer, that what, her dog wouldn't bark and it was some sort of fucking alien ship, that came and got the kids. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous because it's not true. She never called Malehya, like Malehya said. I believe that that's true. No, actually, I don't. I don't believe that that's true because none of their timeline is true. Yeah. Yeah, Explore Course, you can see her comments. Unless she blocked you. I'm not trying to be harsh on you, but I mean, this is 101 about what we already heard, okay? So hopefully you get back on the fast track about why. So none of this, don't pick on Jamie. No, that freaking old lady or whatever, the mother, right? Mouthpiece that she is. Hell no. She comes off, like I said, she might as well just sit there and every time Daniel plops out his shit, she might as well just shine it till it's a gold bar because she doesn't believe her son did anything at all. At all. Justin is the only one who really cried. I honestly feel like, and I'm just going to say this without anything behind it really, but I'm just going to go by this. I think that Justin, like other family members in this case, that they know the truth, that they know that they're lying. But what are you going to do? Could send an anonymous tip. Diane, can I just tell you right now? I'm not trying to act like I know who you are. What I'm going to tell you to do is fuck off. How about that? Just fuck off with your stupid comments and your stupidity. How about them apples? You know what? You just made it to my block list because you're just so stupid. Sorry. Bye, stupidity. Don't act like you know who I am. No, I don't have to. I don't care. You're stupid. Bye. Oh my God. Sorry. I can't, honestly, I can't fix stupid. Not even going to try. Not even going to try to deal with that type of personality. Fuck off. Get out of here. On there. Don't have time for that type of stupidity on there. Sorry, guys, but I just don't. Honestly, someone's sitting there. Obviously, you're not following the case. Don't go with Janie. Hey, Janie. Yeah, shut up. What was I saying? Now I lost track of what I was saying. Thanks, Diana. You can watch from the outside looking in now. Now watch, Diana's going to go off to somebody else's chat going, that's Sunny, she's so mean. Janie. Janie looked terrified. In what way? Sonny, have a Molson's? No, but I'm freaking hot as shit there still. Mm, it's just hot. Actually, it's not bad. Like it's 24 now, so it's not quite as bad. Oh my goodness, my goodness. Oh, I don't know. You guys got some more time? I'll play Janie's interview. I'll play the interview if you guys want me to. We can go over it. Belinda, go to bed. Yeah. You know what? Again, my time's valuable too, not just anybody else's. My time's valuable, and I'm not going to sit there watching this idiocy come out of somebody's mouth. Someone's that stupid, they don't deserve to be here, to be honest with you. I don't understand it. Well, she said that she didn't hear Jackie boy. Right. And you just somehow just leaped over everything else. Don't be mad at Janie. Is that like 50? I'm not sure what you're talking about either. On there. So that you're still not blocked, Joe. Please, I never heard it. Never heard what? I can't stand her voice either. I like how that guy said, who was it? I think it was that reader woman that said, like mother, like son. Basically, she said something like, well, we can see where Daniel gets his attitude or whatever it was from, or something like that, or his personality from. It must hurt Janie's poor heart to believe Daniel. Right? He's not a control. Like, this is what we talk about when we talk about excuses, is that every time, and same with Belinda, when she was trying to cut Belinda down, she was like, well, I would do this as a grandmother. My grandchildren mean so much to me that I would do this. Belinda could have came over. Belinda could have done this. That Malehya could have left. Malehya could have, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's different things that absolutely could have happened, right? But honestly, if Malehya's can't even give the address about where the children live, what is she supposed to do? Show up on a doorstep to a land of nowhere where she doesn't know where to go? But Janie, you just want to keep saying, well, you know what? My son was abusive to her. My son was calling her names probably, whatever, hypothetically, I can't remember. I don't know. But my son was doing this to her and holding her back from, according to Malehya's words, and she could have left. No one was tying her down. You literally just justified like all your son's bullshit, to be honest with you. You just literally made excuses for all Daniel's bullshit because he's so special, isn't he, Janie? He's a one of a kind, isn't he, Janie? He might be your hot lunk of turd, but he's definitely not ours, okay? Now, you might love him and all that shit, but at the end of the day, all you did was make excuses, acting like that you're the fucking candidate of the year for a fucking grandmother award. All right? Sit back, shut up, Janie, and quit lying. How about them apples? How about some truth busters from you too, Janie? All right? How about some truth busters? Acting like your son's shit doesn't stink. Yeah. Probably got that shit from you too, Janie, to be honest with you. All right. God, do I want to suffer and listen to this? Listen to her again? Shit. I had it up and then I closed it off. Let me see if I still have it up. Do we want to listen to Janie again? Shit sakes. Where is that interview? 1 month ago. Oh yeah, here it is. You guys want to listen to this? 1 for yes, 2 to no. 1 for yes, 2 for no. I appreciate your guys' stuff, I just, again, Jack and Lily have better things to do than to listen like a moron like Diana. Okay? Yeah, I'm speaking for Jack and Lily. Okay? What is it? You 1 for yes, 2 for no. Sonny, I don't listen to them anymore. They're both as bad. Oh, absolutely. Honestly. Let me grab my earmuffs. Come on, people. Weigh in. Weigh in. It's getting late. So 8 minutes and 39 seconds, too. Come on. We'll see who has it. No, it's not new. It's Janie's interview. It's not new. Janie hears everything. Well, we'll see the empty tool. Well, we'll see the tool shed. I think it's okay. We're going to watch it. Sucks to be the people that said to. All right. We're going to watch it. All righty. Come on. Come on, Janie. Yeah, put your earbuds in if you really want to hear the true sound of that voice coming at you. It's truly only a voice a mother could love, but whatever. Share screen. We're being too harsh on Janie. No. Nope. See, crowd says no, Janie. We're not. All right, here we go. Let's start off with the bullshit day and go from there. Let's listen to that door.
That Jack and Lily would have.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me.
Vanessa. Are you still crawling up? There's Vanessa. Are you still crawling up Daniel's ass, acting like you're some sort of card reader? You just came in just to get blocked. That was so special of you to do that. I can't take your name off my tongue, can I? Suck it, bitch. Oh, I almost did the wrong one there. Oh, let's see. Bye, Vanessa. Have a good night. Time out. No, she gets a clear ass block. There we go. She just came in just for the block. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Go suck it. All righty. Back on to Janie. Okay. Let's go back again. All right. Come on. Listen. Come on to the cameraman.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock, I get up,
Okay.
come over here.
Hold on. Okay. So now this shed was empty, Belinda says. Yeah. Suck it. Bite it, suck it, indulge in it. Right? So that's the shed right here that Belinda's talking about. You know, the nice painted one. Woo, look at that, all varnished up and everything. Mm-hmm. What about Jack and Lily? Anyways, Belinda said that, like I said, that this, yes, empty. What do you think? Does it add to the mystique of that day that the children go missing? That this shed is empty. And all that wood was not stacked by that thing, okay? Got pictures of that. I mean, there was wood, but it wasn't that many. Let's give it 30 pieces, right? Let's give it a half a cord. No, a quarter of a cord of wood. Yeah? You love her voice, Shannon. Stop. Stop, stop. You know you love it. Stop, stop, stop. Okay? But anyway, so yeah. So this was empty. Makes you wonder what was going on between if right, this is just obviously in our opinion, but I'm still thinking that this was being used for probably something to do with, I don't know, rugs, drugs, something to do. What were they growing in there? What were they making in there, perhaps? I find that highly sus myself. If we're going to go with the vehicle going back and forth, frickin' 3 trips, right? Come on now. Let's use our imaginations. There was wood in the front yard too. Oh, kind of like when Tint was going by the house that not too long ago, and Daniel was chopping wood out front, and then Tint said something like, "Good luck," something like that. You know, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Good luck, Daniel. Okay.
Fed my chickens.
Fed those chickens. KFC
My
bucket.
brother, Ron, called me at 8:48
Wait, hold on.
and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I
Hold on. Okay. Now, remember, okay? Janie, she normally goes shopping with Ron on Fridays, but not this Friday, Janie. Not this Friday. But if you look, there's a missed call, audio call, 10:30. Then you see an audio call back for 1 minute and 13 seconds at 10:35. Now, Janie has already told us, okay? So think about this now, is that Janie has already told us that, let's see, it's 9:40, 10:01, the call comes, right? She listens to Daniel yelling, for 10 minutes. And Janie says, I go up to the fort up there because the first thing I think to do is, of course, check the woods. And then she says that she left her phone, right? She leaves her phone. And then Janie says that she goes there, and then she goes all the way up there, all the way around, talks to Daniel. Daniel says, do you want to come with me? She says no, and then she walks all the way down and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I just find it suspicious that at 10:35, I don't know, that you said you didn't have your phone with you at all. So I don't know. I just think that amongst the lies, she probably shows something and doesn't realize that it's just another lie, on top of it, to be honest with you. Right, Ron?
8:48
8:48.
and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said no. I said I'm staying home. I said I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking, and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
Oh, hold on.
And so that's where.
Okay. So I know we can pick on this one, but she did use past tense. This is where they always played, right? So, I mean, why not pick on that one? Because everything else is just a whopper lie anyway. So this is where they always played. They're never coming back. We know that. It's where they always played. Swings are spun around there, right? Because now they're just in the way. Because the kids, this is where they always played. That's right, Janie. You know it.
That's where I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence,
Yep.
and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling,
Yep.
especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie.
Yeah. Oh, look. There's a face. Let's leave it right there. Right now, don't forget the kids. And I don't care what anyone says, Some people try to, I'll take this one away from you, but you're not gonna. This woman remembered every part of her timeline, every part, up until she starts talking about the timeline about Jack and Lily, right? She's saying that she heard the kids, right? I mean, she got the phone call at 8:48. Hold on, let me go back and play that. I want to go back and play that. Can't. You listening or you asleep? Let's go back with this. I just got to go back a little bit. Okay. Hold on.
And Jack and Lily are all the time yelling.
Hold on.
Especially,
I got to go back.
I heard the kids. This is where the kids, my dog, started barking, and the kids were out in the yard. Now you can see there's 2 swings.
It's out in the yard.
Where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
Hold on. I got to go back to the part. See where the phone
my
is?
My dog started barking. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed.
Pay attention.
Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking, and the kids were out in the yard. Now you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. My dog started barking, and
1 sec. Sorry, guys.
To bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking.
No timeline.
The kids were out in the yard.
Yeah. Loses every part of her timeline all of a sudden. I'm sorry. I'm not expecting everyone to remember every single thing, but this clearly was, I remember all this, and after this, everything goes freaking, like, I don't remember what time. I just remember my brother called at 8:48. I went back to lie down, probably on your iPad, okay? I went back to lie down. I heard the kids. And all of a sudden, this timeline just goes out the window. Now, I'm sorry, but at any point there should have been at least one more instance of a timeline of something, right? But all of a sudden, from that point on, there's nothing she says about time. And that is a huge red flag to me. Again, no one's expected to remember everything, but clearly she did. But the minute it goes about the kids, all of a sudden it's like, my brother called, my dog barked, I went to sleep or whatever, my dog barked. And then, next thing I know, I hear Jack and Lily outside. I don't remember what time. I just heard Daniel, yelling for the kids. I had to come out like approximately 10 minutes later, still no timeline or nothing like that. A little bit. Okay,
now you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play.
Yeah.
My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
Yeah.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer.
No, Marie.
If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie.
What I don't understand by that is when she says if 2 kids get out of a fence. What do you mean get out of a fence? You guys got a big ass opening in that fence that you've only fixed after they went missing. So when she says that, it always bugs me. So when 2 kids get out of a fence, what do you mean? There wasn't no fucking fence right there. It wasn't built. It was a big opening. They weren't getting out of anything. They were, if anything, they would be walking right through it. They weren't getting out of it. Little things like that bug me.
It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know,
you guys picking up how she was just, you know, so blah, 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 and then all of a sudden it was like slow motion going. And so, kind of like Malehya in her interview. And so, next thing I know, you know, Daniel's yelling for Jack and Lily. For that, and then all of a sudden it's like it slows down, like listening to Malehya's interview. Well, this is what happened. And then it just starts sounding like a rehearsed, you know, well, again, it's all bullshit, so.
I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him. I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malehya was standing right here.
Wait 1 second. No, I don't believe that opening is there still. It's got a gate on it now. Let me just see if I can. We're at 228. Let me see if I can go back. Let me see if I see it here. Maybe it's a bit further. Maybe as I was watching it. I'm pretty darn sure that there's that has a gate on it now. But it's just opened. Whereas before it didn't have a gate and it was just open. A lot of that fencing wasn't even put up. There was quite a bit of fencing that needed to be down still. But anyway, let's go back to 220.
Right here. With Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, "What's up?"
What's up?
She said, "Jack and Lily are missing."
What's up?
I said, "How long?" She said, "About 20 minutes." I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area. There's an old road up back.
This is
when I got up to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, "Did you find them?" He said, "No." He said, "You coming with me?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm going to search this area." Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of to the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, come back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time, I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this wouldn't have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio door.
This is the patio door
way
that Jack and Lily would have.
that Jack and Lily came out of.
Remember the kids close.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door makes a noise, and why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there. Okay.
That far window.
The last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this
that
door.
morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them.
That's when I heard them.
Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling out the ground to set up a pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, all the investigators, search and rescue and everything, right around here was where they found the only footprint.
The only footprint.
This is where the boot.
This is where I was raking that night. That's where the boot print was found, in the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was two.
Well, I don't know.
There was supposed to be a footprint found way up on the pipeline.
The only boot print, first of all, suck it. Okay, you're only going to have literally like even a set, right? That's all you're going to have is just one set. Okay, that right there tells me that this was set up to look like that way. And what do you mean you were raking? If you go back about fucking 10 feet, Janie, that's where you were raking for the pool. You're not raking for the pool there. You're probably raking all the fucking tracks that you're trying to get rid of, to be honest with you. Oh, shit, Janie. Oh, shit. My opinion, by the way. Did you see her wobble? She could barely make... I know, right? Right. She's walking up there like she's freaking got, you know, like a big limp to her and stuff like that. But she managed to go all the way to the top, you know, and back around and back down again. Got her boots on. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she was raking at night, right? That's exactly what I think. Talking about raking, well, I mean, like I said, where she's raking was, I think, a freaking snow shovel, to be honest with you, on there. But anyway, let's listen to the mongoloid again.
Malehya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here. The only one they can confirm that was Lily and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes, a man.
So you guys heard that, right? The only footprint that they confirmed was Lily and Jack's right here. They couldn't confirm the other one on the pipeline. The only one that they could confirm was the ones right there. Now, don't forget, you guys, it's moist. There's dirt that's right past the porch where they come out of. Just think about this. Daniel was barely asleep, right? Malehya has him asleep the entire time, basically. How would she know? But anyways, Malehya has him from 6:18 to 9:40. Freaking, you know, hacking saw and stuff like that. But hey, Daniel says, I was barely asleep. Couldn't hear those children if his life depended on it, could he? Not at all. Because, of course, children are so silent and quiet, especially in twos, that they're going to play on the swing set and Daniel is not going to hear the kids giggling or whatever outside. Right, Janie? No. Bullshit walks. That's what happens. Bullshit walks.
One of the investigators came in here and was measuring it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been...
So I just want to make sure that we all understand this interview. That it's not about Jack and Lily. That it's about clearing up the rumors and the speculation, and that people need to stop. Make this clear that this is not about Jack and Lily. This isn't advocating for Jack and Lily. This interview was basically to clear up rumors and speculation. Okay? What does that tell you? What does that tell you right there? This wasn't about Jack and Lily at all. Remember, this lady has no pictures of Jack and Lily. None. At least she claims. Isn't that pathetic? Isn't that pathetic? How we look to the public, we care more about the rumors and speculations, that I want you to come to the property. And I'm not going to sit there and say, you know what, we just want to find answers for Jack and Lily, you know, did it. No, 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 Janie. This is all about ego, your pride, your bullshit, right? It's not about Jack and Lily at all. Absolutely. Why? Why? Right? Why do they need to try so hard? They were telling the truth from the beginning. Well, Janie, she didn't come out at all for another, what, 2.5 months? Bravo, Janie, because you care so much about Jack and Lily. This interview was about you guys making yourselves try to seem like you're innocent of everything. And that Daniel shit, he shits out gold bars. That's all you guys care about. Then you guys, instead of looking for Jack and Lily, now maybe you're right. Maybe you're right that there's not a gate there at that opening. Still, why would that be? Why would you make that? I was so sure that I saw a gate, but could be totally wrong about that. But who cares? This isn't about Jack and Lily. It's about clearing themselves, their names, about what social media thinks of them.
Searched thoroughly. The well has been checked. The septic tank. All the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times.
Duh.
The trailer was searched. This whole place was searched.
Duh.
If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
Duh.
You've talked about drones flying over your property.
See,
You've
yeah,
talked
hold on.
about cars driving down the road and
Yes.
slowing down.
Okay, hold on. Go back to that. Go back to that. Go back to that for a second. Here. All right. Can't really use this picture anymore, can we? Because there ain't no pool there. There's a barbecue there. Right? Not going to build up a pool anymore for kids that aren't coming back. But you guys know we're in the overview picture, and I have it, but it's on my iPad, and I don't feel like going to my iPad to bring it up here. But you guys know that where that barbecue is. Remember that there was that big table, and then there was a big raking spot, like a big ass spot. I had a hiccup there. So what do you mean you're raking down over there where the footprint was, like freaking 10, 15 feet away? And there, what's your raking, Janie? Right? Like I said, raking all the evidence away. Empty shed that's all of a sudden cleared out of everything. Right? Strange. Come on, right? Absolutely. There's some things I wish I could tell you, but I can't. But the truth will come out. I'm still trying to put the puzzle pieces together. I just happen to have more pieces. But it's not going to take away my theory. Whether it was intentional or unintentional. To me, these children lost their lives. Thursday night. And then cover up myself, in my opinion, 12 to 5. Cleanup time. Let's Reiki, and we're only going to find one set of footprints, yeah? One set. Nothing else. Nothing else. Right? Only one set. 2 children, one set. You know, the ground's moist. It's been raining. Maybe on Thursday there wasn't no rain. I'm not really sure, actually. One set. You're honestly going to find one set only in that freaking driveway on the grass. Children playing on a swing set, we all know what happens. We know exactly what happens when children are playing on a swing set, right? Right? When they get off their little feety, you know, jump into that dirt pile there. Trust me, those kids are 6 and 4. They're going to leave little footprints underneath the swing set. They're going to leave some sort of trace of a print, right? The bottom of a shoe, a boot. I know they said one boot print, but honestly, they've also said both. So let's just give them the benefit of the doubt that there was one set of boot prints, because it's been said both ways. Daniel has said prints. The way Janie said it here was print. But let's just give them the benefit of the doubt that there was two. You're going to tell me. See, this was the whole thing. Is that Daniel, right? He doesn't blame Malehya for these children disappearing. No. Right? That, of course, like, this is so ridiculous. This part is so ridiculous, okay? So Daniel, he believes at first that Cindy is the mastermind behind her taking the children and hiding them, right? Malehya, innocent of that, rackety old witch, the mother-in-law type of thing, right? That's his scenario. So Malehya had no part at all. So somehow, not only did Malehya have no part, but Janie drove up in your 20-minute time window and put them into a vehicle, and Malehya had no clue about that because she's just being controlled by her wicked mother. But wait, that line didn't work. That line didn't work. So guess what? We had to come up with a whole different version. It wasn't Cindy. It wasn't Malehya. A stranger came up into the trailer, took Jack and Lily while they were sleeping. And it was all part of the master plan. How dumb does that fucking sound to you guys? How stupid does that even sound at all? That these morons, in my opinion, literally sat there and came up with this master plan, right? Now, Malehya knows what's going on here. She knows. She's covering her own ass. She knows regardless that something has happened to her babies. She knows. So whether she knows after the fact, which, come on, it seems unlikely it would have to be after the fact. But let's, go both ways, Janie or Malehya, after the fact. Right? She literally stays the night on that property still. And then she leaves the next day. And then she just shuts up. She goes to Facebook, takes all Daniel's pictures down. Remember? A couple days later, all Daniel's pictures come down. All of them. Why? Because she blames Daniel for what happened to those babies. But she knows that they're in a fucked up situation. And maybe call it stupid, young, dumb. But she chooses to lie about it all. Because she knows that, Well, she probably doesn't know exactly, but she knows she done fucked up as well. And that she's going to lose everything if she admits to the truth. She took down Daniel's pictures for a reason. You do that when you fucking are pissed off and you don't want nothing to do with that person again. What mother, like David said on 411, he's never heard of a case where the mother physically leaves the property when the children are missing, right? You either got the fake asses that try to lie about the children missing when really they did something, or you're being honest and you wouldn't leave that property worth nothing. What, Rob? But all her kids pick? Not sure what that means, to be honest. I'm not sure what someone said there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Janie's not quite buying that one, right? Remember, it all clicked in for Janie when Durwood, shut up on this stuff. Just really makes you wonder how many people actually know are involved in the disappearance of Jack and Lily and the cover-up that's going on. Everything about this case is just red alerts, red flags, bullshit, BS, etc. You know, things that Janie would have done that day didn't. Malehya said, I don't know. Again, story. You know what? Janie was supposed to call, but she didn't. She didn't let me know. Does it seem likely that Malehya was asleep all night and that somehow miraculously some cleanup or kids perhaps? Like, I just logically. No, you can't believe one word that an addict says is absolutely correct. And Daniel Martell. Yep. In my opinion, I know you're an addict. I know you're an addict. My niece has been an addict for a long time. And I think she pretty much called your number when she said about how one acts when they inject meth versus doing it through the bowl. You act absolutely like my niece said. Full-on narcissist, grandeur, right? You make shit up and then you forget about it. Anyways, okay, guys, you know what? We're going to leave it here. I think this has been a long enough live. Look at that, 5 hours. Okay, guys? So, Jack and Lily, I'll play out the video. Thank you guys for joining tonight. There was Shelly. Thank you so much for the super sticker tonight. Appreciate that. I know. Yeah, I do know my balance. I know this has been a 5-hour live and stuff like that. Jack and Lily, they need our voices. Please hit the like and the share if you have not. Malehya and Daniel, it would be really nice if you guys could put your selfish asses aside and just tell the truth about what happened to Jack and Lily. You know, shh, that's nothing. Anyways, thanks, Kat. Thanks, Tremaine. Thanks, Belinda. Thanks, all you guys. I'm just going to play. You know, I'm going to play the one that I just played. It's a portion of the new song. Just going to do that. Video file. Some new pictures that Belinda has. You know, one day, like I said, hopefully family members, they just have to take a look at these beautiful children. And they deserve so much more. They deserve to have voices for the truth.
In the woods where shadows lay,
Thank you guys. Thank you, Sam.
Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong.
That was just abortion, guys. So thank you guys, Jack and Lily. Can't say it enough. It's heartbreaking that you're following these cases, you know, for whatever reason that brought you here. Obviously, in Canada, this is a big case for Canada on there. The children deserve so much more. I just don't want to let them down. I just want to keep fighting for Jack and Lily and keep praying that as time comes on, that the people that have the answers know the answers. If they're hiding anything and haven't told the RCMP something, that they need to do it for the sake of the children. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow probably, okay?